Good morning, Doc. Doc, wala po kayong sound. I can't hear you po, Doc. Doc, you don't have audio po. Oh, you don't have audio po. Yes pa. Okay po, okay po.
Okay, good morning. Can you hear me, Mike?
Yes po, Doc. I can hear you now po.
Well, I'm sorry, I did not know I didn't have audio. Thank you for your call, Mike. Anyway, good morning. This is Zoom number 96, and this is April 19, 2025. I want to welcome everyone to our bi-monthly Zoom. Our Zoom is usually about classroom management, classroom strategies, interview tips, and other information relating to your professional journey to teach in the U.S. And our audience is typically Filipino teachers, but lately we have been getting some teachers from other countries. So welcome, everyone. And Michael's, we got some people already in, although we are 30 minutes early, so we are
Yes
starting
po, yes.
today because I have to leave earlier as well because of our Easter celebration for the family. So I told Mike to time us today. Usually we don't time, we just kind of stop when we need to stop.
Yes.
But today we are going to be strict because my husband said, "Are you going to Zoom today?" And I said, "We are, but we're gonna limit it because he's afraid I'll miss the lunch with my sister-in-law at your house." So anyway, so we're cooking ham. So how's everything going in Helena? Mike, our speakers, you may know them. The
Yes
first
po.
is
I know that po.
both of them. Okay. Well, see, Robert Cheek is married to a Filipina, and he is the CIO, Chief. What would that be? Chief something officer. I don't remember the I. CIO
Chief
of
po.
KIPP Delta, and then Kevin Smith is the executive director. He's a new one, but he was formerly the mayor of Helena, West Helena.
Yes po. I know.
Yeah, so I have never met them in person. I have communicated via email, but not met them in person. So, and they don't know what I look like either. So, but Robert and I have communicated before because of he was reaching out to me about some visa issues with his wife's visa. And of course, I don't know much because I don't work for immigration, but I do know lots of folks that have lots of knowledge on it, and I am now related to some folks that are working for immigration. They usually do not cannot answer you directly because they have different cases, but they could usually send you some links of place resources that may help you for the reading of things that could answer your questions. Some frequently asked questions or FAQs. So anyway, Mike, what's going on in Helena or Marvel? You live in Marvel now, right?
Yes po. Yes, so far. As
Good.
usual, same thing po. It's a simple life here.
Yeah, you have a get together, some get-togethers there in your area. You always have a Filipino.
Yes po, tomorrow.
Yeah, what's
Uh,
going on
yes po.
for the Easter?
Easter, yes po, Easter Sunday celebration.
Who's
We are
hosting?
invited by the head of the choir in our Catholic
Nice.
church.
Okay. It's not Filipino, right? It's a local.
Yes po. And she is one of the friends of Robert Chief
Oh,
also.
really? Okay, we'll have to tell her what's the name of the person.
Holly.
Holly, okay. Well,
Yes.
anyway, I am so proud of you all that you are involved in church actively and be a member of the choir. How many of our teachers are choir members of the
I
church?
think there are 7 or 8, including my
Nice.
eldest daughter po.
Oh, wow. Okay. Because there's about what, 15 in Helena, 7 in Brinkley, that's 22, 3 in Barton, that's 25. And how many in Lee County?
Lee County, it's one, two, two.
27. But I think there are other ones there too, Mike, before Gurley
Yes
and
po.
Myrna,
Yeah.
right? So there may
Yes
be
po, yes
30
po.
there,
I
30 in
think
your
there are
area.
3 or 4, including the male teacher there.
Okay, so 29. So there are about around 30 teachers plus their families. So you have at least what, more than 60 people, 60 Filipino living
Yes
there
po.
because you got kids
Excluding
too.
it's not, I think the Filipino people in, what they call this, in Forest City are not yet included.
Oh yeah, we have not counted for a city nearby. So you're talking close to 100 possibly, Mike, huh? In the
Yes
area.
po.
Yeah, that's
Including their family, yeah.
a lot of Filipino community members there, which we're all active members in church. So you get to see each other in different Catholic churches. So anyway, that's the
Mhm.
difference here in the US is that we have so many different religious affiliations that not necessarily Catholic. I'm one of them that I am not Catholic. I am Church of Christ because my husband is, and I wanted our kids to grow up in church. So I switched to their church. And it's okay because I still believe in God. I always think
Yes
that
po.
same
Yeah.
destination. Yeah. Anyway, all right. So you want to call somebody? We can talk to someone if you want.
Yes po. I think Ma'am Rosalie, since you're the first one who joined,
Okay.
are you willing to introduce yourself?
Yes, this is recorded, by the way. So by coming on,
Yes.
you are giving permission to be recorded. So good morning or good evening there, Rosalie. Where
Yeah,
are you
good,
from? Yeah,
good
go ahead and tell us.
evening, Doc.
Morning. Hey, go ahead and tell us about professional information such as your name, your degrees, experiences, teaching experiences, and maybe extracurricular if you have any awards or anything that you want. Maybe we want to coach if you either play or is coaching something in sports, and also you're teaching end with teaching philosophy and why you want to come to the US. Okay, so just basic info. So you have a 2 minute, we call that 2 minute elevator speech to try to get people to hire you.
Thank you, Doc. Thank you, Sir
Welcome.
Michael. I am Rosalie T. Sumampong, public school teacher here in the Philippines, specifically in Davao City. 12 years of teaching in elementary, but I have also experienced 2 years high school during my local school board as a teacher. I am a graduate of Bachelor of Secondary Education, major in English, but you know that in Philippines, even if you are a secondary degree graduates, you can teach in elementary. That's why after the LSB, I was hired regularly and permanently as an elementary teacher, but they always assign me at the intermediate because of the major that I have. But
So
I
what
also teach
grades would
other
that
course
be?
subjects as
What
an
grades would be
elementary.
that be intermediate? What grades would that be?
Um, a different grade level elementary. I experienced sixth grade, fifth grade, fourth grade, and currently the last school year, which just recently concluded, fourth grade for 3 years.
Okay. Excuse me, before you go
Fourth
up,
grade.
Mike, can we make it that she's in the middle of the screen? I don't know what do you call that in the gallery?
Yes po, Doc.
Yeah.
I the speaker po.
Yeah. So
She doesn't have the video po.
she doesn't.
Okay.
Yes
I just
po.
opened my video.
Okay. Whoever's speaking should be in the middle. So it may be in our setting too, Mike.
Yes po.
Yeah, because I'm on in my stream, I'm on top.
Yes po,
There you
yes po.
go. You got it. Okay. Now it's working, I think. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt you there, Rosalie.
To continue, Doc,
Uh-huh.
I am also a graduate of a master, but my major is educational management, Master of Arts in Educational Management.
Okay.
A graduate of. And then my extracurricular is I was a reading coordinator for 5 years in the district of Bunawan district here in Davao City, but I am assigned transferred in Buhangin Central Elementary School Sped Center in Buhangin West District, which is near to my house. And then I am very active in Girl Scouting. I'm a
Okay.
troop leader and a credential trainer of Girl Scouting. I love Scouting.
Mm-hmm.
My teaching philosophy is to cater the diverse needs of our children. That's what it Buhangin Central, our school, advocates inclusive education. That's why advocate also to the diverse needs of my learners. That's what I am in my classroom.
Okay. How
I
about
want
why do you
to
why do you want to come here?
honestly speaking. Oh, I just I will not lie. I just need to have a bigger salary. I will not lie, Doc.
Okay, well, you don't have to lie, but you can put that
one
as a
of that.
second
Yeah.
reason. But the main reason should be
Yes.
something about student learning and maybe professional growth. That needs to be addressed first because it's all about kids, and then you can put it at the end. Of course, so you could say something about. Of course, it doesn't hurt that the money is about 8 to 10 times our pay. So, Mike, what do you say about that, Mike? What do I always say, Mike?
Yes po. For greener pasture, it should be second or third reason.
Yeah, second or third
Yeah.
reason. That's right.
Yes.
Yeah.
And not
Just say professional growth. And this is,
thank you for that.
yeah, if you're gonna be on, you need to watch some of our videos earlier. This is video number 96. But anyway, so the the number one reason, anytime that you have an interview, it should be about student learning. So it should be all about students. And of course, our professional growth that we are going to get better as a teacher. And if you have an J1 visa, which is a teacher exchange visa, that's actually a cultural exchange. So you're actually learning about the American culture while also teaching your American children our Filipino culture. So that is a cultural exchange. Okay. So you can feature that part. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. That's fine. That's fine. That's why you're here. You are learning some things from us. Okay.
That's why I'm here.
There you
That's why
go.
I'm here.
Who invited you, or how do you know about us? Did somebody invite you?
Um, actually, Doc, I was but it's last year, but this is the first time I actually join you. But I always watch the video,
Oh, did
the
you? Okay.
videos of in YouTube here in
Oh,
the
thank
one
you.
that you send email because I always get the email.
Oh, good. What good. You're part of my distribution list already. That's good. And hey,
Yes.
don't
Yes.
forget to subscribe, everyone, or like or comment. That would be nice. Okay. Our goal for our organization is under the educators, international educators supporting each other, is 10,000 subscribers. We are now 8,000 something. And then for the ITSA, or the International Teacher Support in America, we have maybe 4,000 supporters, Mike, right? And yeah, you don't have to do my personal. My personal is under my name, but usually I go under the ITSA or the International Educators Supporting Each Other. And then on the YouTube, it's going to be under ITSA and my name, Dr. Marlena McCullough. So if you can find it, that would be nice to have some supporters, okay? All right. So my comment on your introduction, you're very confident, which is good. Your background is okay. I usually look at a background, make sure that you do not have really busy background, and you have a solid color, which is better than really busy color of what you're wearing. I usually wear solid myself. But on the content of your introduction, I love that you are a Girl Scouter, Girl Scout leader. I was
Yeah,
one from my daughter's kindergarten through eighth grade. I was their leader, so I am also a big advocate for Girl Scouting, and I enjoyed it. The kids, I had 18 girls that followed us from kindergarten all the way to eighth grade. I had 18 girls, and they stayed together. So this girls became like best friends. So I am, yeah, I know what you mean about passion about, Girl Scouting.
passion in Girl Scouting.
Nice, very good. And oh, well, you have a misalignment on your experience with your credential, since you have a degree in high school,
Secondary.
but your teaching
Yes.
experiences are all elementary. You're gonna have a hard time getting a job here unless you either have a degree in elementary, or master's in elementary, or you could have a high school experience, at least 2 years of it. Okay?
I do doc. I do doc.
You-
The one that I said a while ago, local school board. That's the local is the one who are giving the salary for the teacher. It's also a teaching experience. And Maa National High School.
But you need to write that down in
That
your
was
resume. Make sure in your resume you feature that, because if you do not put that down, it's going to be looking like there's a misalignment, because the visa sponsor, there are designated visa sponsors. There's a list of them that have been vetted by the U.S. Department of State, and they're the only ones that could sponsor. Not anybody could just become a sponsor. Okay. And so the first thing they're going to look is, do you have the experience and the credential that would match, so that if they don't match, they're not gonna want to hire you. Plus, you also have to be teaching the current year. If you're not teaching the current year, then you're not gonna qualify for the J1 visa, the teacher exchange visa. So 2 years of experience currently teaching, plus an alignment between your experiences and your degrees. And master's degree is preferred. So there might be a few that would accept bachelor's degree, but master's degree is preferred. And you don't have to have, like, if you're English, you have to have a master's in English. It doesn't have to be that. Just have your master's degree. Okay.
I
And I
had doc.
noticed, yeah.
I'm a graduate of MAM.
Yeah, administration. It's okay. It's a very common thing. You see somebody with bachelor's degree in a content area, and then you will have a master's degree in administration. That's fine, but you just would not get paid for that, because it doesn't. It's not a master's in your area. But anyway, so do you have any question for me? If you said you have watched our videos, what are some things that you've learned from our videos?
Um, there are many things, doc, about I am always looking back to the question so that if I have an interview, I feel be confident for that. And then, doc, just to say this one, I have busy sponsor, but I'm just waiting for an interview. That's it. I'm under ready for hiring IEG and JEC. That's why I'm confident in hopefully get to have a job offer or any interview from any states that would cater that the my sponsor would cater, hopefully. That's why I always watch the videos for
Okay.
me
Who is
to
who
have
is your sponsor? Who
a
is your
background.
sponsor? Who is your sponsor?
I applied JEC, though, Global Educational Concept. I'm ready for hire. I've said just waiting for any school uh, interview that would hire me so I can refer to them. And also IAG, International Alliance Group. But again, I will not stick to that too. I'm looking, still looking, and trying my luck.
GEC is a sponsor here that had sponsored. Hang on. Hang on. We have a problem in the kitchen here. It looks like we have some issues with some pots and pans. But anyway, the GEC is a very good sponsor, and they have been sponsors of a lot of our folks there in the Delta area. And So that would be a good one. What other sponsor you're talking about? Did you say you have others
The
other than Jack?
IAG, the International Alliance Group.
Okay. Have they what are they wanting from you? Have you applied for them or to, with them, or are they waiting for a J or job offers? What did they say?
They're just waiting. They're just waiting if I have a GO so they can assist me. The same with the GAC. Of course, the GAC has a full placement, but again, it would be better if I keep on looking, not just waiting for them to have a PI for me. That's
Okay.
why every day I'm sending application to states.
Well, I wish you the best. I do not remember if I have you down with your resume and cover letter. So you may want to update your resume and send it to me, okay? Cover letter.
Yes.
And I will send you the some information about, like, if I need to I'll check your resume. Make sure your resume have a little picture on top. And of course it has all the information I ask you to to say in right now, with your name, experiences, and degrees and extracurricular. Very important to have 3 references on the bottom. Make sure it has 2 supervisors or administrators and then 1 colleague. It has to have their email and phone number. And if it's missing, those 3 references are missing, you're not going to get an interview ever, because the first thing they're going to do is they're going to email those folks and ask about you. So if they don't have those, then they're just going to put your resume aside. You're not going to get any interviews. So be sure that if your resume does not have any references on the bottom, make sure you have it. And stay within 1 to 2 pages. Do not give me 5 or 6 or 7. I was actually guilty of having that many in my own. So then I knew better. I did better. So be sure to edit it. Some of you have noticed is putting a lot of bullets under each jobs. Don't put all those bullets. We know what you do as a teacher. We don't need all those bullets unless you are doing something above and beyond what the teacher will do. For example, you said about reading coordinator, you can put that down, right? Because that's something above and beyond what is your designation. So, if it's an extra thing on your plate, yes, you will put that down. But other than that, don't put 20 bullets saying what you do as a teacher, because we know all that. That's part of a teacher, right? And so you can cut those things out, and then you can put, I would rather have somebody put like if you have 2 or 3 PDs, professional development opportunities that you have attended that really impacted your teaching. For example, if you have attended like a strategy workshop, for example, and you have been using it because of that workshop, you can put that down, because those are things that you have that really impacted your teaching, that you have actually taken something and that you have used it, you applied it in your classroom. An example for me would be Understanding Poverty by Ruby Payne. And that is a book about, and you can get this book, it's about a book about understanding how our poor children, our children in poverty, and I come from poverty in the Philippines, in Cebu, learn compared to the others who are middle class or the wealthy. And so we do have differences in how we learn, because of our situation. So I will discuss that later, but later on in other videos, possibly, if it comes up. But anyway, do you have any question for me? This is exactly how the interview goes. Rosalie, they're going to ask you to introduce yourself. And so do what you did, except you might want to, I guess that you're okay to mention those, except that whenever they do that, you already mentioned that they're going to, the school is going to say, oh, no, we might not be able to hire this person because you don't have the alignment. And then your sponsor would say the same thing. There's a misalignment. So you may want to, if you have those resume fixed where you show those 2 years of English, put that on top, okay? That's somewhere there. Because right now, how many years of experience do you have? How many years do you have?
12 years in elementary plus the 2 years from the LSB.
Okay, good.
But the service record shows the 12 years only because of its regular permanent under the national item. The 2 years is from the local school board. But I can put it, Doc, because
Yeah.
the principal could give me attestment to that I was a teacher
Mm.
at that
Just
school.
have an evidence of it. Yeah, good idea. Yeah. Hey, good job. And I think you'll be okay. You are very fluent. And of course, your major is in English. You better be fluent, right? Anyway, so
Thank you, Doc.
so yeah, I want to I think our guest speakers today, Mike, I told Mike to watch, are two administrators, and they're looking for teachers, actively looking for teachers today. So I'm so proud of those that attended today. So you will have an opportunity to actually talk to them. And I have sent them the links to my YouTube and Zoom. So they may see some names already that they like, but anyway, I'll talk to them in a few minutes. So, or an hour or two. Anyway, thank you again, Rosalie, for attending. And in this Zoom, you don't have to stay as long as you can stay as long or as little as short as you want, because it's recorded. But it would be nice to have people to talk to instead of just Mike and me. Right, Mike? And so
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you
anyway,
so much, Doc.
yeah, thank you so much. And
Sir Mike, thank you. Thank you for the
yeah, thank
notification
you.
always in my Facebook.
Yeah, yeah, he's very active. I swear.
Yeah.
Yeah, good job. Okay, so Mike, thank you again. Mike, who's next?
Yes po. So in our chat box, we have Ma'am Hannah Belaniso.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, Hannah.
Mabuhay. Good morning, Doc.
Morning. Yeah.
This was my second time.
Okay.
Yes, this is my second time that I joined your Zoom meeting. Hello. My name is Hannah Jane Bilanizo. I am from the beautiful island of Cebu, and you are from Mandawi also in
Yes.
the
Yes.
Philippines. Yeah, I
Yes.
know it. So I hold a bachelor's degree in elementary education, majoring in general education, and I recently graduated. I earned my diploma in early childhood education. So
Congratulations.
be Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Beyond teaching, I am also a dance choreographer. I was awarded year 2024 as a Topsy Korean awardee.
Nice.
Yes. Yes, and during my high school days, I was recognized as for my athletic events. I was a runner before. I won in the provincial meet in Balamban, Cebu, I think. Yeah. I forgot it now.
What what
So,
what what uh what sport? What sport?
running events.
Oh, you say running. Okay, yeah. Okay.
Yes, yes. So my teaching philosophy is centered around creating a supportive and inclusive learning environment where students feel encountered. They are encouraged to talk, explore, ask questions like HOTS, and to grow holistically. And then why I want to teach in the USA is that US is not just about a country that give you opportunity, but US for me is this is my dream. I dream about it. And um this is not just about a career, it's about creating impact to those young learners that will echo across generation that they wanted to be.
Love
So
that.
that's it. I
Love
love
that.
that. I love that. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
And something extraordinary about me is I love combining arts. I know how to draw a little bit. I know how to sing, sports, and education.
Okay.
So I want to whether it's choreographing dances that teach teamwork. So I want to also the young learners to academic challenges inspired by sportsmanship. So I always aim to make learning fun and impactful to them that they are not going to forget about me. So I'm
Mm.
very sorry if my seat is like this. So
What
it's
happened to your
quite
teeth? What happened to your tooth? What happened to
yes,
it? Did you have an accident or was that?
well, I just when I was a child, I fell off my bed. I'm so sorry.
Oh, that's
Yes.
okay. Hey, in the Philippines, it's about 1/10 1/10 of our of that whatever is here is a cost. So like for example, when I traveled to the Philippines as one of my visits, it was $1,000 here to put a crown, and it was only
Oh,
100 there in the Philippines. So it's gonna be 10
yes.
times when you come here to fix it. So you may want to get it fixed before you have the interview
Before,
before you come. Yeah, because it's not
yeah,
that expensive. You can save it, but then it might be the one that would cost you the job. So it might be
yeah,
easy for you. You mentioned it yourself. I didn't want to mention it, because it felt like I'm shallow
yes,
or something. But it's just that a lot of times before we even talk, they judge us with our
yes,
nonverbal, right? Your physical.
yes.
So you don't want to be judged like that because you have some really great things to say. And I love your
What?
integration across the curriculum or arts, and you're very sporty. Oh my gosh, a lot
Yeah.
of talent of
Thank you so much.
choreography and running. Those are really good talents. So anyway, you did a good job on in your introduction. Even though you have a little cheat sheet, but it's not obvious, you're still just talking to me. And you have a good interview session if you are feeling like you're just talking to the the interviewer,
Yes,
instead of like trying to like, very back and forth like that. It's just like a very comfortable, you know, conversation. And that is what you want to have. And I think we have that, right? We have
yes.
that.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Doc.
Yeah. And so if you get that fixed, save money, get it fixed, and then that would really make it 10 times better, I think. Okay.
Yeah,
You don't want to be
yeah, soon.
judged. You don't want to be judged
Yeah.
by folks, that you don't even know, right? So anyway, all right, because you're a beautiful lady. And so you said you're from Mandawi?
No, I'm from Cebu, Dalagete. Yes,
Dalagete.
from
Oh, that's a beautiful place
yes,
you have there. Yeah, it's like
vegetable
island.
basket of Cebu.
Oh yeah. What are they
Yeah.
famous for? Are they famous for what
Oh,
product?
banana met.
What?
Banana met. That
Oh,
is
really?
saging na I
Saging.
met. Oh, yes.
Oh, I did not know that. Okay, you just taught me something today. And I always tell everyone that, with our students, we always learn from them. Same with me. When I Zoom with everyone, I learned something, because as you know, I was 19 years old when I came to the US. So I was a student there, but I never taught there. I got all my education in the US, and then I taught here in the US, plus I was also an administrator. So everything that you're sharing about teaching in the US, I'm hungry for, because I love learning about what you do there, because I remembered my favorite teachers. I remembered the moments that where I was sitting, in fact, in first grade, my favorite teacher there, and how we had like a home economics, a room where we bought like lugaw, we bought like porridge and all that. I don't know, do you still do that in you still do that
Yes,
where the home
absolutely.
economics
Yes.
place would sell those things?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Well, the difference here is that in the US is that there's always a cafeteria in every classroom, every school. There is a cafeteria, and the teachers you will pay, but the students, they either have free lunch if they have like low income, or they have a reduced lunch, which is, I think right now it might be $5 now in most places, $4 to $5 per lunch, and so if they're reduced, they only have to pay $2.50, and then or they're free. So usually what I did with my two kids, I have two kids now, 26 and 36, Stephanie and Jet. I usually just write like $200, $100 for each kid, and then when it runs out, I usually just tell the nutritionist person, that takes care of the money. I said, hey, just let me know when it runs out, and I'll write you another one. That way, I don't have to worry about it for months. It would last, because sometimes they don't eat lunch. Sometimes they want to bring lunch from home. They don't have to eat lunch in the cafeteria. They can also bring lunch from home. And of course, my mom at
Wow.
that time was living with us. She was living with us for 14 years. So grandma was always cooking Filipino foods. And so sometimes they would just bring their Filipino foods in. Yeah, and that's something you also wanted to remember, teachers, when you come to the US, and you know how we like those dried fish and all those fish food that we like. Do not think up the microwave of the teacher's lounge with that. I know it might be natural for us, especially if we're in the Philippines, because we are used to that, but not in the US. They're gonna say, oh my gosh, what is that stinky thing? I think Debbie understands what I'm talking about. But anyway, I think it's common sense that we don't do that, right? That we bring food
Yes.
like, adobo or anything like that. That's like chicken or pork or other meat other than just fish. If you have fish, I might not want you to, microwave it, just kind of eat it, not microwave, because it will stink up the whole place, right? So anyway, well, thank you so much. You have a question for me while you have me here?
Well, I prepare a one question, ma'am. I doc. Um, how would you describe if there is one school, um, I mean, in your school, I what are the some of school's greatest achievements at your
Okay.
school, doc?
Well, what you don't need to ask that, because if you have really, what I do to everyone is that if you have a invitation for an interview, your first thing should be to research the school and the
The
community.
school.
So you should be
Okay.
able to see their history, everything about them.
Okay.
So you can just look there. I would not ask that question, because you can find it in research. And then sometimes they would always post like, are they accredited? They're accredited, and then they are, they have in Arkansas, we have grades like an A school, a B school, a C school, whatever.
Okay.
So that's their grade. And I don't know if it's everywhere in the US. Debbie can tell me about California. California, Debbie, do you know if it's graded? Do you have A grade, B, and all that? B school? Do they have that?
I don't have any of that information just yet, Dr. B.
Okay, well, I like your background. But anyway, hey, so Hannah, back to Hannah
Yes, doc.
Deb. They have that, but anyway, research it, and I would say to everyone to research their teacher policy handbook, teacher handbook, parent handbook, student handbook, because those things would say about how they discipline, how they do everything. You would learn more about the school when you read those. Plus, I want you to go visit the board meeting agendas, the meetings that they have had, because that tells you about what's going on in school, because they're going to discuss everything that's going on in school, and they would post all the old meetings. So I would recommend you reading those, because you know what's going on in that school. Okay. And you can also
Yes,
see
thank you,
the
doc.
population, the diverse population, racial, ethnicity, ethnic population of that school, if you look at their website, because they usually represent the faces of the folks that are in their school. Okay, so if it's mostly African American, you're gonna
Thank
see
you, doc.
them on the website. Okay, and it's mostly white, then you can see. Okay, or Hispanic. And I think diversity makes us strong. So I love it when we have a representation of the different ethnicities in a school. So anyway, so that's a good question though. Thank you, Hannah. So
Thank
did
you,
you
doc.
I
Thank
answered
you.
that? Okay. I hope I did
Yes,
answer
doc.
that research is important, okay? So make sure you research the school and the community.
Yes, doc.
Yeah. So, and the state actually. Do you have a state that you want to prefer? I'm in Arkansas. Do you have a preference of where you want to teach at? Because that's what you could do, is you go to www.schoolspring.com, and then you would filter it to that state, so
Okay.
that you can find jobs in that state. Okay? You
Okay.
can do
Yes,
that.
doc. Copy. Noted.
You don't have any preference on a state though?
No, not
No,
yet.
anywhere. Okay. But you have to
Anyway.
remember, we're in the South. So you're gonna have to look at the map, and you're gonna draw a line across from Arkansas, at the top of Arkansas, all the way down. That's South. Okay, Midwest would be like Missouri and up. Okay, that's the middle. And so anyway, if you are gonna start going out closer to Canada, those are really cold states. Okay, so if you want to be cold, it would be like Maryland and New York and all that. They're close to Canada, and that's going to be really cold areas. So it's up to you, your choice. The three best tropical states are California, they're like the Philippines, Florida, and Hawaii. Those three are really popular. Lots of Filipino teachers there, but they're also high dollar. They're very expensive to live in. The cheapest in all the states is actually Arkansas is one of them. So it's very cheap to live here. It's like a bunch of people from California and other bigger places are moving to Arkansas now that the economy is changing, because it's cheaper here. You would see houses in San Francisco, for example, that would run $2 million or $1 million, and it would come here to Arkansas and it's only 400,000, 500,000. So it's a very big difference in the housing, especially. Food also, but especially the housing, which makes a big difference. Okay, Hannah, it's nice talking to you. Giselle, I see you.
Yes, nice to see you too. Okay, thank you, doc, and thank you so
Thank you so
much.
much. I appreciate you. So Giselle, do you have anything to say today?
Hello, Doc. Good
Hello. Good
evening.
evening.
Sorry. I'll just be listening for today, Doc. I'm here. I'm on vacation with in my husband's hometown here in Negros Oriental. So
Oh,
it's
nice.
kind of noisy. Yes, so I'll just be listening for it today. Thank you,
Well,
Doc. Good
yeah.
morning, everyone.
Well, thank you for
Doc?
still being on, even though you're on vacation. Thank you for the dedication. Giselle, I always say Giselle has I think gets my perfect near perfect attendance on the Zoom. You know, for how many years now? Well, you were still pregnant with your baby when you
Almost,
started.
yes. It's almost 3 years, Doc. My baby
Yeah.
would be 3 years by June,
Well,
yeah.
well, hopefully I'll see you soon. Hopefully, I'm really
Yes,
working
Doc.
hard on that. So hopefully you will come here. Hopefully in Arkansas too. But anyway, do you
Yes,
prefer
Doc.
Arkansas or do you have other states that you prefer, Giselle?
I would prefer Arkansas, Doc, since I think I have my support system. I have my cousins and you, and together with the ITSA, Doc.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea really because you do have Leslie here and you have Abby and Gurley and all that, right? Kim in Louisiana. So yeah, you have a lot of
Yes,
people.
Doc.
Yeah. The
Yes, Doc.
Quezon and the what's Caboynas and Caboynas group and Lamosao group and of course now Giselle. What's your last name again, Giselle? Um Macias, right? Macias. Anyway, those are
Yes,
yeah,
Doc.
you are cousins and all that. So that's good to be closer to the area because then you get to visit each other. I know that Mary Chris and Christine Quison, they're all Quisons, and Eva, they all visit each other. So it's nice to be teaching close by, have that support system. Yeah, good job. All right, thank you, and have a good vacation there.
Thank you,
Sounds like
Doc.
fun. All right, Debbie, I
Thank
missed you last.
you.
Thank you, Debbie. I missed you last time.
Good morning, doctor. Thank you for
Ah,
your help regarding the. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, doctor.
yeah.
I
So
was here the other Zoom meeting. I wasn't here prior to that. That
oh yeah,
last
yeah.
time I was here. Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Thank
two
you.
two meetings ago, but a month ago. I see. Yeah, I did 2 or 3 already of your recommendation thing. Survey.
One recommendation because I just received my employment authorization, so right away I applied. So
Good
thank
job.
you so much. You were able to give me a good reference on that one.
Did you get to see what I
Scores.
wrote? I should have emailed you what I wrote. Were you able to see what I wrote?
No, the company just told me that you were done with it, but I haven't seen
Oh, I should have
anything.
sent
But
you.
I appreciate.
Yeah, I think I went with the 5 corporate national board proposition. So I just said something about your knowledge of student, knowledge of whatever, and you're a very
Thank you. I
passionate teacher, very
appreciate it,
knowledgeable,
doctor.
caring,
Thank you so
all that stuff.
much.
Yeah. So
Thank you. I
yeah, you're welcome.
appreciate it. So,
You're welcome. Well, good luck on that. Have for people to send me interview things already, that means that's a good sign
and I was
because they
hired
like you.
already, doctor. Thank
Huh?
you so
You
much.
already
I
hired?
was hired. Yes.
Oh my God.
Thank you so much.
What
Yeah.
which school is
Thank you.
that?
Mine was a substitution yet. I was under an agency that will give me different schools
Okay.
because it's still the end of
Oh yeah, school year. That's right.
yes, yeah,
Yeah.
and they were on spring break as well. So
Mm-hmm.
I just started with that until I ease up with the whole
Yeah.
system because it's very different here. The requirements are a lot of requirements I still need
Yeah.
to
Well,
accomplish.
you got the doors
But
open, and for everyone else, Debbie's situation is different because Debbie's married to an American citizen, so she's already in California, and you also taught in another country. Which country was that? Thailand? Yeah.
Thailand
How long
doctor,
were you in Thailand?
16 years.
16 years. So she has a lot of experience abroad. And so when she moved to California, then she has to wait for the EAD, which is Employment Authorization Document. And obviously you already received. And then once you get that, then you can start applying. And that's what happened to
Yes.
Debbie. And so she can do not full time. For Filipino teachers, you cannot put substitute or part time. You have to be full time. Okay, for you visa to be approved, you have to check full time. No, never part time or never substitute. It has to be a full time teacher. Okay, in order for you to have that approved. Otherwise, it's they're not gonna approve that visa, especially for J1. Okay, or H1B for that matter. Yeah. So anyway, your background there is interesting. You make it look like you have a wing yourself.
Yeah,
A
because
wing.
it's also symbolic because I feel like when I received my EAD, I'm finally free to be able to practice
Love
what
that.
I've already known my whole life, well, my whole adult life, which is teaching. So I just find it symbolic that I'm finally free to be able to practice, even if it's just in substitution work for now, but at least I'm able to practice it already. I'm
Oh
free.
yeah.
I'm finally free
Good job.
outside the house already.
Yeah, yeah.
So thank you,
Oh,
Doc. You've been an instrument in all of my interviews that I've done. All of your inputs were there, and
really?
it gave me confidence, and it gave me really like that empowerment to answer them from my heart, of course, but with all your guidance,
Well,
it
thank you.
really were
Thank
in
you.
those questions.
Yeah, your national.
Yeah,
What
I
are you
just
talking about? National board core propositions? Is that what you're talking
that
about?
was one of it, but a lot of the strategies, like really read through the company, because I just have to go through whatever I've read in their website. I really did that. Those tips, doctor, just look at them in the eye, always smile, and just be present with them as well, and like
Good. I don't think
you
I
really
don't see
helped
any
me,
problem you
doctor.
yeah, I don't see any problem you getting any job, Debbie. You're so deep. You're deep. You have the symbolism going on. You have your passion. It's very obvious when you talk. And so, but thank you for giving me a little credit. But
But
no, it's all
no, no,
goes back to
doctor,
you, girl.
no. People like you, especially when, you come to a point where you have self-doubt, because I was stopped for 6 months until I got my EAD. So I had points of self-doubt,
Yeah.
but coming into your Zoom, allowing myself to absorb, these wonderful teachers, learnings over the years there in the US, and as well people from the Philippines. It allowed me to grow professionally and be inspired as well. And no, it's not a small credit. I give you a lot of credit,
Oh,
doctor.
well, thank you. Thank
You
you.
were in my mind when I was doing it. Thank you so
Well,
much.
so sweet, Debbie. You and Mike had been really good at, like helping me out at every Zoom. So thank you, Mike. Mike, especially. Mike has been here forever. And so, Debbie, thank you so much for your testimonial. I
No,
think
thank
I
you,
felt like that's
doctor.
a really great testimonial for ITSA. And it's good to hear that because I don't charge for our
Yeah.
services, but
Mm-hmm.
anyway, but it's nice to hear that it's actually benefiting someone.
Yeah,
Because then we know we're not
definitely.
wasting our time. Mike had to wake up before 6 o'clock in order to be here by 6:30 or 7. So anyway, and it's our Saturday. Saturday is really precious, as you know. Yeah,
Yeah.
but anyway, I'm
Mm-hmm.
curious about California. What do they pay for substitute a day?
Well, the company that I was into is just $24 per hour.
That's pretty good though.
Yeah, it's just
$24
it's just
an
not
hour
it's
times
not that.
7. That's 140 plus 28. That's 168 a day. That is not bad at all because it's $100 in our
Yeah, but yeah, and
yeah.
then it's I'm just taking it slowly, doctor, because there are so many things that they're requiring. So while at it, at least I'm working and I'm doing something, and
Yeah,
I'm also doing other things other than this, just to be
right.
able to generate income as well, because practically I wasn't earning when I got here. So I
Right.
started working and do odd stuff as well,
Mm-hmm.
like online, like a lot of stuff that I can
Nice.
do.
You're a very hard worker. For everyone else in the Philippines, that's about 1,500 pesos an hour. And in the Philippines, that's only about that's 3 hours of work, and you have to do all day there in the Philippines for your 3 hours, for your half a day. So it's a huge difference. And this is just substitution. So when you teach, then it will be maybe what, 4 times, 5 times possibly. In there, it's much more expensive because in California it's a high dollar state. You have to pay a lot. You have to pay a lot for housing and all that. So they also pay more. Like Arkansas, we start at $50,000 a year, and that's about close to 3 million pesos for 9 months of teaching. And California is maybe 60 and above, possibly, Debbie. Have
60
you
and
need? Have you
above,
noticed? Yeah,
to 100. That's I've met with
double. Yeah.
the what do you call that, one of the district doctor. I went there. I
Uh-huh.
I really was aggressive at talking to the heads of each of the department, trying to gauge myself, and
Mm-hmm.
let them guide me through they have what they call road map to a roadmap to California licensing. So I had to ask them personally just to be able to know where I am and what should I be doing. So
So some schools are paying
it's
100,000. Yeah, double
yeah,
that. Wow.
100,000 depending on because they have a salary schedule and they explain some stuff
That's
to
5
me, and
million pesos, you guys, for everyone else, close to 6.
but the
So
cost of
yeah,
living
cost of
the
living
cost
is
of
also
living
very
here
high.
is
So
yeah,
what is the
very
apartment? Do
high.
you know what the apartment or the house rent there in California where you
From
are?
from the Filipinos, I've heard 2,000 to 4,000, doctor.
Yeah. And Mike
And
Mike in Marvel, what is your monthly rent, Mike?
It's only 450.
It's about 10 times, Debbie. So
yeah,
10
I
times.
know,
So that
doctor.
if you're gonna
And
do
we're not talking
yeah,
about really safe areas as well. There are areas
yeah.
that are not really
That
safe,
are that
or
cheap.
you
Yeah,
know,
wow. Yeah.
yeah,
So everyone
that's
else,
right.
you need to learn from this, which means that even though you're gonna look at the bottom line and seeing how much they pay, you also need to consider like how much the housing would be, because housing takes a lot of your pay. That's really the biggest part of it. And then
Right.
the food will be okay, and then the
Yeah.
utilities will be okay, but
Yeah.
it's the housing cost is the one that's gonna kill people. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
so you're gonna say, "Oh, I want to move. I want to go to California because they pay more." But wait a minute, it's 10 times, the rent. So that is I'm not discouraging people to go to those. I just want you to make a decision that's good for your family,
Right.
right?
Very
Because
true.
yeah, because maybe you have friends there. If you have friends there that you could like let a room, I mean rent a room from, then that's gonna make a difference, right? Because they may not charge you the 4,000. They charge you a lot less, hopefully. If you have a good friend anyway. So in Arkansas, what they do here, and I know this, is they started with like what, Mike, were you like 5 people or something was sharing a really big house? Is that what you did, Mike? Right? 5 people.
Yes po, before po.
And how much was everybody renting out paying?
It depends upon how many people are in the room po.
Ah,
Like
okay.
Ma'am Jing, yeah. I think I remember we share there around 150 each person.
150 for the food and all that, for the utilities.
No, food and groceries are not included po daw.
Okay, so
And
that's
also the bill. Yeah.
okay. So how much was
But
it?
still, yeah, but still we still save a lot of money there po.
Save a lot of money because you're sharing it. Okay, you may
Yes.
have to put up with some folks, of course. You don't have the privacy that you have, but then when you start bringing your family over, like Mike brought his wife and 2 kids, so they ended up getting their own house, right, Mike? You got your own
Yes
house.
po, yes po.
So
And then
then
in the situation of Sir Ma'am Mirna's family when they arrive here, so they stay in our house for a month until they settle
found
and
one.
find their own house.
Yeah. We have people like that, especially in the Filipino community, that we just help each other, and seeing, somebody that need a place until they find one and they have a place to stay. And they're lucky in that Lee County in Arkansas, because the school actually built houses for the teachers. So they're renting from the school. So which means which is good, because you're gonna have to have loyalty to that school. You don't want to leave a cozy, situation like that, because that doesn't happen very often. You don't find very many schools that would actually provide housing for you, because this needs to happen in places in the rural area like Arkansas, because we just do not have much housing. In Brinkley, for example, where there are 7 of our teachers, Mike is one of them, they have an apartment, like a complex right across the road from the school. So like Maria's there, and Shireen is there, and they just walk to the school across the road. And so, which is really handy, but that's not always happening like that. That's why the car is very necessary. Some visa sponsors are actually asking folks to get their driver's license from the Philippines, and that's one of the requirements, is your driver's license in before you even apply. So that's something that you might want to think about, to get your driver's license before you apply to come here. Okay, Giselle, do you have your driver's license? Is Giselle on? I don't know. Anyway, so Debbie, did you have your driver's license before you came to Thailand?
No, when I was in Thailand, no,
You got
doctor.
it there.
I'm
Okay.
going to have my driving test soon. My husband already scheduled me, so yeah, because
Nice.
they needed my EAD to be able to go through all of that. So that's why for me, I'm really free now to do a lot of things.
Yeah,
Yeah,
good. And make
with
money
the
at the same time.
EAD.
Yeah, nice.
I know,
Yeah.
doctor. More importantly, because it's,
Yeah.
there
It
are a
helps a
lot
lot.
of bills.
Yeah, it helps a lot. Yeah, you're right. I'm trying to look at the chat here. Okay, Giselle said I don't have it yet, but I'm planning to get mine. Good job, Giselle. Yeah, I hope you get it because you have been applying everywhere. Giselle's been getting some interviews too, so that's good. Okay, so Mike, who's next?
Yes po. It's since Sir is that Sir Chris Watson is not yet here, so I will call Miss Ma'am Princess Peralta.
Princess. Okay, Princess, go ahead. Oh, we already have more than 30, and that's good. Okay. All right, Princess, do you want to talk to us?
Ma'am, yeah, Ma'am
Who?
Princess, unmute yourself though.
Okay, Princess. I love that name, by the way. That's Leslie's daughter's name, right, Mike? Princess.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hello, can you hear me
Hmm.
now?
Yes, I can hear you. This is your first time, right, Princess?
No,
No,
Dr. Merlina.
you have not
It's
attended for
nice.
a long time.
It's nice to see you again, Dr. Merlina. It's actually my third time.
Third
I've been
time. Okay.
busy for my school reports and other
Yeah.
agendas, and I apologize for
Oh,
that.
no problem. I don't ever require you to do more than one. You can just, you get if you have been getting my video and you watch it, I think you
Yes.
learn something. You can just, fast forward it or whatever, but that's good. All right. Well, tell
Yeah.
us more about you because it's going to be recorded. And I've been telling the administrators to go to my YouTube or my Facebook and to watch your videos. And if you have a name of a person that you see there that you like, let me know and I will give you the resume and the cover letter of those folks. So it's very important for those that have not sent it to me to send it to me, especially if you've already attended a Zoom and it's McCulloughMarlena@gmail.com. The spelling is under my name here on the Zoom. So, okay. And I think I do have yours, Francisco. I remember your name is very unique. I remember a really nice name. Yeah, go ahead and tell us more
Yes.
about yourself, though.
Um,
Yeah,
by the
remind us
way,
about you. Yeah.
Dr. Merlina, the first time that we met, I was newbie. Then the second time is I was part of your list of applicant where had a chance to meet the school administrators. You gave me 4 stars for that.
Yes. Okay. I remember that now. Yes, I do remember. I have notes on that. Yeah. I remember
Yeah.
thinking that she's good. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
No, no.
So this is your third
Okay,
time.
so
Okay.
okay. So again, good morning, Dr. Merlina, and good evening to my fellow teachers in here in the Philippines attending the Zoom meeting.
But don't forget Mike.
My
Mike is my
name
co-host. Yeah.
Hi, Sir Mike.
Yeah.
I've been chatting him because my name was lost in the list. I was the second applicant to introduce, and then my name was lost. But it's okay. Thank you so much, Sir Mike.
Okay.
Okay. So, thank you for having me here again. My name is Princess E. Peralta, and I am from the Philippines. I have a degree in Bachelor in Elementary Education, major in General Education from an accredited institution here in our city. I've been a teacher for 9 fruitful years. 3 years as a second grade teacher and 6 years as a fifth grade teacher here in my current school, teaching all core subjects. In addition, I also have 1 year of experience as an ESL instructor. Here in my current school, I am the math coordinator, and yearly I propose activities that will help our students from first grade up to sixth grade to improve their skills and ability in numeracy.
And I also have, by the way, I named this activity as practical math. We do it every Thursday, and the content is more on the four fundamental operation. And beside of the activities in numeracy, I also have two activities in literacy, because I want my students to be balanced in both English and mathematics. So in literacy, I have two activities. The first activity is every Friday, and I call it as Catch Up Friday. It's more on reading commonly used words, more on comprehension. Then the next one is YTR. YTR means your time to read. It is conducted every day, within a lunch break, 12:30 to 1 p.m. So, my students are inside my classroom. They are just reading with their buddies. They have a reading buddy, and they also have their little teacher. I allow them to read whom they want to be, because for me, students learn with those persons that they want. Okay. Then another is for the curricular activities that I've been in is recently we had our district cultural activity or contest in connection with the Arts Month this February. So I am the cultural coordinator in our school. So we won in the contest of Katutubong Sayaw. It is a dance. So we won the third place for the dance, and second place for the Pinta Husay or the painting contest. And we
Good
are
job.
next to the central school because I'm teaching in rural place.
Okay. That's an
Thank
honor
you
though to
so
do that, to
much.
place that high. Okay. Princess, I
Yes.
know this is your third time. That's why you were able to say the other things. For those that are, if this was Princess' first time, she would just had to say, I am, the things that she did. I'm doing two different extracurricular activities in literacy and math, and I'm also the cultural coordinator. She would say the heading part of it and not do that much details because you only have 1 to 2 minutes to do it. So, but that's good that
Yes.
you told me more about what you do, Princess. Very good. I'm proud of you that you have some leadership opportunities that you're able to use. And I'm so glad, as a literacy specialist myself, I'm so glad that you're doing some comprehension activities with students. And I'm glad that you're having them enjoy reading with a buddy. I think that's really good. Here in America, it's called silent reading. Some teachers are doing silent reading for 30 minutes as part of their curriculum, especially if they have an hour and a half of, they call them block time. That means if an hour and a half in literacy. So they would do 20 minutes, possibly 20, 25 minutes of silent reading while the teacher is doing their housekeeping, like checking attendance, which you never call them one at a time, never, 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 unless it's the first week of school. Okay. So you're checking attendance, but the kids are doing something. Okay. And so they would be doing a silent reading time. And then some of them would do a response journal, like they would write something about what they read. And that's how the teacher would know what you're reading. So some people are even doing like a log, like the title of the book, how many page to what page.
Yes.
It's too much, but that's too much. But I'd rather know what they're thinking, like processing, what did you learn from what you read? I'd rather have that than having to be like a Nazi and saying, okay, you have to read this much, because that takes the fun out of reading. To me, I'm just like, well, go tell me about it. What did you think about the book? And what did you learn? Which characters are your favorite? And all that. So I want it to be a conversation that you would say to someone in the family instead of saying, well, I read from page 20 to 100. I mean, it's not the quantity,
Yes.
it's the quality
Yes.
of it and what you got out of it, right? And so the joy of
Yes.
reading. So that's good that you have that. And I love that it's balanced of math and literacy, because in the US, math and literacy plus science are all tested areas. That means that they're putting really good teachers in those areas because they know that that's going to be tied to their grade, to the how the school performed is based on the scores that the test has from the test results. So if you are assigned as a science teacher, math teacher, and a science teacher, a literacy teacher, that's a lot of pressure for you. because they will notice. I mean, it's an accountability piece. They're going to follow, okay, this is what your student scores are. And then they even have in Arkansas, we even have like merit pay, which means that they all the kids are that you are teaching are tied to you as the teacher on record. They say it. Like my sister, she's the only one that got a reward in her school because of the scores of her kids. She's sixth grade literacy, but she felt bad about it. She said, I felt so bad because I'm the only one that got it, and I felt like, because you get money yourself. You are getting a check. And so, I said, and she said, yeah, I know it feels so bad because I'm wanting to kind of like help the others, but I don't want them to feel like, okay, now that she got a reward, she thinks, who is she, So it's kind of like a little balance there, but it's a little reward for you, but at the same time, you don't want a target on your back, I think her peers are really good about it, but there are some places that are fixed mindset. If they're not growth mindset or fixed mindset, they're jealous or whatever. Not in her school. Her school's really nice, but they're a very good culture, positive culture. But if you are in a school where people are not really helping each other, they're more of competing with each other and not supporting each other, then that's a bad thing, right? And so her principle is really nice about making it a positive thing. So anyway, so you have that in the US where they want the teachers to excel. And that's the pressure and accountability piece is that, okay, these kids are tied to you. So you as a teacher better be addressing the standards that they're supposed to learn. In Arkansas, we have an Atlas test. This is given usually either April or May, mostly April. But anyway, so they would test the kids in those three areas, and then they would give the result, and that's where the merit pay would come from. So anyway, so the teachers are like, oh, especially in literacy, you cannot be teaching grammar in isolation, for example, because that's the least effective, as you know, right? If you're going to teach grammar and conventions, it has to be in the context of writing. So have the kids write something, and then you can find out what are the common mistakes that you see. For example, if you look at my kids are mostly putting small I instead of capital I because they're texting that way. I need to make sure I have a
Forgetting to
mini lesson of 5 to 10 minutes,
period.
maybe 5
Yes.
minutes. Yeah. Just, hey, remember, we are doing formal writing here. Informal writing, you can get away with that. But formal register, formal writing, you have to do capital I. You're important, right? I always tell my kids that you're important, right? So you're important, so you have to be capitalized, And so it's always capitalized, I would say that to the kids, but they'll remember, yeah, I'm important, so I have to capitalize it, So anyway, yeah. And so anyway, I'm so glad that you're doing that. Keep that up, okay? Good job. And you mentioned it. You don't have to go into details, but you do mention it. I have some leadership opportunities like this and this and this. And then, this will help in the balance of literacy and math. I know that in the US, these are tested areas and so on. So they make it like, ooh, she's been reading up on America, So
Thank you
yeah,
so
and
much,
yeah,
Dr. Berlina.
you're welcome. And you don't, I encourage you to like mention that you have been attending some Zoom meeting from an American educator, because that's going to help you say that, that you have actually learned some things about America. You're not just somebody from out there that do not know anything about America. Debbie's nodding. Debbie, tell me what you think about that, Deb.
No, because I really mentioned it, doctor. I really had given you so much credit that, I was not just a volunteer in different schools, but I also was thriving through workshops like this and learning from from an expert, who had been an experienced teacher here, and also coming from my culture, but also very immersed in the American culture. So because they can tell that I was coached.
Oh, really?
I believe it showed in my interview, because I somehow had ideas of certain things, and that's why I said, doctor, I give you a lot of credit, but
Well, thank
just
you.
so I
That's so sweet. But that's so sweet. And thank you, Debbie. I'm Debbie's one of Debbie's fans, and she's my fan. So we just kind of be fans for each other. So anyway, yeah, but thank you for your input. That's awesome. So Princess, those are great things that you're doing. So keep it up, okay? And if you have an opportunity to get your praxis test already, there is ets.org. And since you are a general education, you said general ed, yeah. So your focus might be math. Are you teaching math or all subjects? Did you say all core, right? All core.
Yes,
You're
all
gonna have,
core.
if you're gonna be doing a K4, well, actually K6, any of those sub
Yes.
areas, you need to be taking your praxis test. So you go to ets.org, and then on the search button, you put praxis and you look for the elementary. In the elementary test, there are four areas. So math and literacy, and then social studies and science. So I would start with math, for example, because math is math anywhere in the world, right? But then literacy, you may have to get ready. There's some reading materials there that they would recommend. I would recommend that you know, try those. There are free materials there, resources, because it shows you the format, especially in literacy. Okay, you need to read up on things. And for the US history, you have to read up about US history, because you know about the Philippine history, but not on the US. So you need to be reading up on, you know, this from starting from the, you know, Revolutionary War, when when England was still, you know, here, until Civil War, and then World War I, World War II, the major events in the US. And then maybe I love presidents of the US, so I always had my students research about presidents. And so anyway, so things like that, because social studies, before you take social studies, you're going to have to be really familiar with that. And then another thing that I would recommend is visit the Department of Education. So for example, if it's Arkansas, so Arkansas Department of Education, and then there's the standards there. So there's a search button, you put standards, and you can look at the standard. Actually, it's like Common Core. Most states are actually Common Core state standards, ccss.org, but they have named it in their own state, because when Common Core came out, there was a lot of people really against it. And so most states were like tweaking it and making it their own and adding things to it, taking little things out of it. But really, when you look at the whole thing, it's really still Common Core. You know, because I was part of this committee, ninth grade committee, that did that, and they were being picky. Oh, let me take this word out. Let me take, you know, but really, the whole body of it, 90% of it, 95% of it, still Common Core. So they just renamed it, though, a different number and the numbering and all that, but the meat of it is still Common Core. So if you go to ccss.org and go to literacy and math and the other areas, then you will be able to know what's expected at every grade. Okay, so if you do that, then once you know those standards, then you need to go look for materials that would match those standards, because those are the standards that you'll be tested on. Okay, so those are the things that you want to know. I don't know how much, Mike, how much are the praxis tests? Because you can do it individually, or you can do all four areas. I would say do it individually. Mike, how much
Yes po, Doc.
test? Huh?
It's 130 po.
Okay, so it's
130.
130.
And
So
then for elementary, you still have the foundation of reading, but it's not in ETS praxis, but it's in Pearson. It
yeah.
costs, I think, 230 plus, and I will take that this May,
Oh, okay.
because I will unfortunately, I will go to take 4 praxis exams
Whoa,
and
that's a
already
lot of
passed 2.
practice. Yeah, because Mike is
Yeah.
special ed, but in special ed you have to teach all the core areas. So
Yes
7,000,
po.
between 7,800 pesos to about 10,000, more than 10,000 pesos. Okay, that's how much it would cost. And anyway, I know in the US you could actually take it from home online, but they have restriction. They have things that you have to do, you know, to meet the requirement. I know my son took it, you know, when he was thinking he was going to go into education, he took it, and he had to have some things prepared, you know, to make sure for the security part of it. And so anyway, so I would recommend you to go to ets.org. Okay, that's where all the tests coming from. So praxis test, TOEFL test, all those tests will be from ets.org. And also your resume, of course, you need to have your FCE, your foreign credential evaluation. That should be already, I know it costs money as well. It's more than 10,000 pesos, but it is worth the investment, because this is a document that would that would translate what you've taken in the Philippines into an American, you know, document, where what would the equivalence be from the Philippines to the US. It's so funny, because how you know, how with the US, how the Philippines would grade the you know, our classes is 1.0 is the best, right? 1 is the best. Here, 4 is the best. So if somebody does not know, they're gonna think, oh my God, this person really did so awful, you know, because it's the opposite. right? It's 4 point. I have to tell people that, like, oh, by the way, I'm not, my score doesn't mean that I have lots of one. That doesn't mean that I was bad. It's because that one is the best. That's really weird why one is the best for us. But anyway, I wish they'll change that because it's really different. But the FCE takes care of that because the FCE then would translate it and also how many hours and so on. I think for every three, and they don't say credits either, they say hours. So for every 3 hours that we took, or three credits, they only give you like 2 and 1/4. So, even though I have more than 100 hours, 100 credits, it's translated to 88 hours, 88 credits. And I had 2 years and a half of Philippine credits from USJR, San Jose. I was there and it only was 88, but it still took care of a lot of my basics. So when I came to the US, then my basics were covered because I took a lot of basics, in the Philippines. So they just, for electives and so on. So they were able to look and see, okay, this one will meet it and this one will meet it and so on, depending on the description. So yeah, those are things that you need to know so that, because I think that could be a question. They would say, hey, have you taken your praxis? So if you take at least one praxis, then you can say, I am general ed, I've taken my math and had passed it. That's one thing down, 3 more to go. But at least you have done the first step. So if you're really serious about coming to the US, I would say invest on that. Because once you have it, it doesn't expire. Once you pass it, you passed it. Okay, so you can always come here. Even though you might have 20 years of experience, you can still come here. And you have already passed it. You have the paperwork to show that you passed it. Okay, so I highly recommend it if you want to teach in Arkansas. Our really first thing before praxis is do your TOEFL. TOEFL is TOEFL, Teachers of English as a Foreign Language. And this is a requirement in Arkansas. I don't know what other states. Mike, we need to research about which other states require TOEFL. In Arkansas is one of the hardest licenses to get. We do have reciprocity. That means that they would honor the Philippine license, but they want you to take TOEFL. Just like NCLEX in nurses, for nurses, our equivalent for teachers is TOEFL. So you need to get TOEFL in order for you to even get your provisional license. So to get your kind of like license before the actual license, in order for it to change, you need to do that. And some of those, I know Giselle has done this, would actually get the another state. Like for example, 3 states have been easier to get: Maryland, so Maryland Department of Education, or Illinois Department of Education, or New Mexico Department of Education had been the easiest to get through reciprocity. So they've actually gone online, look for them. You can put quotation mark, that way it will show the whole thing, Department of Education with it. And then you go look under their licensure. So you can either search under licensure or just look through under menu and see licensure and follow the steps under reciprocity. So then I think, Giselle, can you talk more about that, Giselle? Which states did you use?
Mine best is in Maryland.
Which one? Maryland.
Maryland.
How much did it cost you?
They paid me $20.
How much?
$20.
$20. Okay, 1,000 pesos. That's not bad. And how long did it take?
Yeah. And I think Girly has Illinois also.
And
Illinois,
how long did
yes.
it take? Did it take a month? How long did it take?
Mine is, I think that's only 20 days, Doc.
20 days. Okay, about 3 weeks.
I
Okay.
think-
Yeah, and it's good whenever you interview, you say, I already have a license from Illinois. I already have a license in Maryland. You need to say that. That way, especially those folks that have never hired Filipino teachers or international teachers, they're going to think, okay, then the license will be okay, because they're always worried about licensure. Okay, so Giselle, thank you for sharing that. Which one was the most expensive? Do you know? Was it New Mexico of the 3? I don't remember.
I
One was
think
$100.
from Illinois, I think 490 for Illinois, if I'm not
Ooh.
mistaken, or
Oh,
it's
Illinois is
100.
really expensive.
I forgot. Yeah. And
Okay.
I think there's also one thing that you are going to submit. I didn't know what is it, because it's Girly that have done that
Right, that's
one.
expensive. She paid a lot.
I think
Yeah.
from Maryland. Yes, Doc.
Yeah, get the cheaper one. So anyway, but because of the US states, you have 50 of them, okay? And those are the three that the other international teachers have identified as the easiest to get the reciprocity with, where they honor each other's licenses. So thank you for that input, Giselle. All right. Well, thank you so much
But
again.
um,
You have any more to say?
yes, okay. In addition to that, Doc, when you apply for Maryland teaching license, you have to have your FCA, Doc, because you will be needing your FCA.
Yep, FCE is a good one. That's why foreign credential evaluation, your FCE you go to www.spantrayan.com and you will get that. And it's about $200, 10,000 pesos. So you will do some kind of investment, but you have to remember those investments, you get it within the first month of pay. The first month you get paid, boom, you got it. So even if you have to borrow money, you get it paid within 3 months anyway. After you pay everything, then within 3 months, you should be debt free. You don't have any more utang. You don't have any more debts. So that would be worth the investment. If you're really serious about coming here to the US or any other countries, those are FCE is one of them that you really need to get done first. Even before your passport, you might want to do your FCE first, and then you can do your passport. Passport, of course, it will be it has to be it has to not expire in 6 months before you travel. You have to make sure that, oh, my passport is expiring and I have less than 6 months there. I better get it renewed or else they won't let you in. Okay. So, okay. Thank you, Giselle. Thank you, Princess. Any other question, Princess?
No more Dr. Merlina, but thank you so much for sharing a lot of information to us and for the support, Dr. Merlina. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
We are
You're welcome.
blessed to have you, Dr.
Well,
Merlina.
thank you. Thank you. We're blessed to have you participate and give us some input too. Thank you. Yeah. Keep it up. Good job. All right. So number 5. Mike, who's next?
Yes po. Is Ma'am Ana Katapang still here?
Anna?
Yes, ma'am.
Anna still
Yes,
here?
po.
Yes po. She's still here.
Am I audible? Am I audible po?
Yeah, you're on. Yes, yes.
Okay.
So you
So,
see
at my
Anna. What is your name? Analisa. Okay.
Analisa Kataka.
Yeah, we
So,
already have an
Analisa
Analisa here. Yeah.
Kataka. So, I'm from Batangas, Philippines, 41. I finished my bachelor degree way back on 2005 at Rizal College of the major in English. Um, Pastoral degree on 2018, major on educational administration. And way back on 2022, I also finished my doctorate degree major in educational education. So currently teaching at junior high school, the National High School. So this year is my second decade in the field of education. So my first 7 years in private school, 6 years in senior high school, and another 7 years in junior high school. So I really love scouting. Okay. So I am engaged more on community service. So for 3 years, I already produced a number of KIPP Scout medalists here in the Philippines. And on year 2022, I was awarded as the National Most Outstanding Troop Leader in GFC.
Good job.
Okay, so for this year, I have 7 Chief Scout medalists who are still working, and they will be awarded this coming January 2020.
Good
And
job.
that is a very, yes,
Amazing.
Doctor. Okay. So another innovation that I have is still related with Girl Scouting. So wherein it's my dissertation anyway. So wherein I propose a program, a project, and that will be implemented and utilized in the province of Batangas. Okay. So maybe that is one of the reason also why among those troop leaders in the Philippines, so I have chosen to be the most outstanding one. And that is a very great pride honor in Batangas, of course. Okay. So the reason why I chose to apply here in US is this. Okay, so we talk already, okay, with my husband. Okay, so he's planning to retire next year. Okay, so it's his 20th year in TNT. It is a college year. And we're planning to settle there in US, hopefully. And of course, since my kids are no longer a kid naman, okay, so I have my eldest one is 13 and then the other one is 11. Okay, so I can leave. I can stay there. Okay, and then we will just uh wait for 2 years, 3 years, and then hopefully I may also bring my family there. So that is a part of our plan. Another thing is I was inspired also with some friends, okay, with some of my co-workers before who are already settled in US. Okay, so I also want to help my family in Mabini, okay, my nephews and nieces, okay, because I want to push them, no? I want to push them to choose the best career or the best profession they want. Okay? Because the main problem, of course, nowadays is financial. Okay, so if we're going to stay here in the Philippines, yes, I am very much proud with the DepEd, of course, but of course, we are always looking for a greener pasture. Okay, so that is the reason. And I can help my relatives also. Okay, that is the main reason. So for this, I think this will be my first step. Actually, doctor, this is my first time, no? Okay, and I'm very happy when I receive your email. I just tried. Okay, so somebody told me, you have to search Dr. Merlina. Okay, try to send her an email. And then I wait for a week, second week. And then, wow, I'm very much awake. Now there is a response. I really want to apply, but I do not know what will be the steps to follow. And then right after uh you give your response, then so everything will be clear. And then slowly, okay, but surely, ayan, so I have to follow it. Hopefully, ma'am,
Yeah.
you're inspiration.
Okay. Well, Analisa, have you seen any of our old videos from YouTube or Facebook? This is number 96, you see. Have you seen any
Yes,
of that former one, previous ones?
yes,
You have not, you
doctor.
have? You have seen it?
Not all, but the
Right, some?
the the previous one, yes. And
Okay.
then I also followed some um videos, okay, from Dane, Paraiso, and anyway, okay,
Okay.
so they inspired me, and at least I have now the idea on the step. Okay, so actually, ma'am, before I receive your response, okay, so I already affiliated with Practical. You know what a practical strategy is? Familiar po? Okay, so wherein I already paid $300 po. Okay, so that will be the initial fee. Okay, so anyway, it's okay naman. So
What's the
they
name of the what's
also
the name of the organization? What's the name of the organization?
practical strategy po with Sir
Practical.
JJ, Sir JJ Marasigan in Nevada.
Mike, can you look it up and see if it's one of the designated visa sponsors, please, Mike? Anyway, see what you're talking about the steps, Annalisa. The steps are you need to find a school from the visa designated sponsors. And if you Google it, you can put US visa designated sponsors. And when you see the result, there's a word bridge in it. That's the one. And then you can go to the change the window to teachers, and then it will, because that same website will be used by nannies, by professors, all those other professions. So you change it to teachers, and then there will be a list of 2 or 3 pages of teachers. Those are the only ones approved to be a sponsor for the J1 visa, which is a teacher exchange visa. So if that practical strategies group is not on the list, that means they're a third-party agency. They're a dime a dozen there. That means there's a lot of them that are third-party. And anybody could just form a third-party agency, but they have not been vetted. They have not been approved by the Department of State in the U.S. So which means that this third party, for example, if they're not, in the list, this third party will have to contact one of these organization on the list for you to be sponsored. So that means that you're just having a bridge, you're having a middleman, okay? And I would recommend to my members that there are some middlemen there, like Glenn, for example, and Minga Foundation, Glenn at minga.org, I think. Anyway, so Ming, he is a nonprofit. So he would, if he charged any, it would be lots less, and he would be very helpful. And so, but there are some there that I do not know them, and I do not know if they will charge you $5,000-$6,000 and then nothing. So I would be careful if I were you. If you pay anything more than $500, you need to email me, because that's gonna be too much. Okay, so anyway, I would recommend that you go straight to the those people, those organizations in the list on the designated. Mike, did you find out, Mike, if Practical Strategies gonna be on the list of designated sponsors? Practical,
Not yet po, Doc.
yeah. Well, anyway, so if they're not, I might want to check on. If I were you, I would check on the list, Analisa, and see if you could apply to some of them. I think GEC is one of them. And then what else, Mike? Heart, something
I
heart,
started
Green Heart po.
to,
Green Heart.
Yeah, Green Heart.
okay, so I started to create an account on PTI po, PTI, okay, so on process. And then I even sent application on some links. Okay, so you have then forwarded. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
so, but then I
Yeah.
do not know what will be there. So I'm just waiting and very much excited with the emails, with the response.
Yeah, but
Hopefully
what
we'll get
happened
this.
is what's much more powerful is if you go to www.schoolspring.com and you filter it, you have to register at first. But anyway, you filter it and go to the state that you want, and then make sure it's full time and teaching and so on. And then you need to apply first. And when you get your JO, which is your job offer, that's more powerful to contact the agency and say, I have a job offer. Can you please help me? That's a very powerful opening. Saying I already have a JO or job offer, because there's going to be thousands of Filipino teachers that are applying, but if they don't have the job offer, that's nothing. Okay, but if you have a job offer, that puts you up on the list. Okay, so it's very powerful to have that job offer, which means you have already gone through the interview, they already chose you, and that you're going to be employed by them. So now you're going to get help to get your papers done. And then once you get hooked up with an agency, they do everything the rest. They'll give you the requirements and so on, and then they will get you here within 2 to 3 months. You're here, so it's pretty quick. So the JO is the biggest thing, okay? The biggest hurdle. If you have to jump, the biggest hurdle would be JO, job offer. Okay, job offer from a school, and there are some things that have to be in the job offer. You can Google this, that have to be in there. Like, of course, your name, the name of the school, and so on. And then they put like how much you're going to be paying, and from what year to what year. They have to put, and what your designated role would be, and so on. There's a lot of things that are included in the JO before it's considered okay. So in some schools that have never hired Filipino teachers before, we had to have them edit some of their JOs because doesn't have all the information that the immigration folks that the visa sponsor would want. So anyway, so yeah, that's what I would say is sometimes JO could come before the sponsor. Or sometimes the sponsor could get you the JO from somebody, but some of those would charge a lot if you do that. So I really don't know. I don't know the fee part of it. I know I'm partners with Cultural Vistas. So it's Caroline at C. Gillum at culturalvistas.org, and she is a partner of ITSA. So they will treat you right, and they will be very friendly. They usually have a lot of slots. I don't know. I've not contacted her lately and see how many slots she has left. Every organization that are vetted have so many slots available. It could be 150, it could be 200 slots. That's people that they could bring in. So if they already filled their slots, already given away all their slots, then they will wait till October 1st. October 1st is when the new slots would open. Okay, so that's I think this month, March, March, April, May, maybe up to June. That's the interview times. That's when they are really actively hiring. So that's why I'm waiting for Mr. Robert Cheek and Kevin Smith, our speakers today, because they're actually hiring. They're administrators that are actually hiring, and they're from Helena area where Mike is. So they are planning to come on. I told them the window is 7 to 10. So it's only
Yeah.
8. So
Actually po, Doc, I called Robert.
mhm,
He told me that he will be joining around 9 o'clock
9 o'clock. Okay, so
because he's still
everyone,
busy in the inn,
right.
Edwardian Inn. Yeah.
Okay, so 9 o'clock, you need to stay. Okay, I know it's gonna be late, 2 o'clock in the
Mhm.
Philippines, but it's worth it. You need to be here because an actual administrator that actually has the power to hire will be here. And I've given him the link to our previous videos. So if you've attended before, he would already have seen some of them possibly. So yeah, I'll tell him here that try to see if you can write names down of people you like from the videos, and I will be able to send them your resumes and cover letters. So guys, if you don't have one to me yet, McCullough@gmail, you need to send it, okay? All right.
And
So
then
Mike,
also po, Doc, the principal there, the new principal there is,
Kevin Smith.
I know you know her po.
Oh, yeah.
She is Miss Priscilla McDaniel.
Yeah, McDaniel was a former principal at the
Yes.
school. Yeah, and she
Yeah,
knows me. When we should have
the assistant
we'll ask
principal.
her. Mike, let's ask her. Can you contact her sometimes, Mike, and see if she will be our next speaker in 2 weeks?
Yes po, no
She'll be
problem.
awesome. Yeah. Ask her.
Yeah,
Tell her
they're
the
working in the
window.
same school. Yeah, the principal of the KIPP Delta
Yeah.
that our guest
And
speaker.
she is very supportive of Filipino teachers. They're like
Yes.
one of the best. They were this.
Mhm.
She was the principal at Helena, and now Helena's got 15 teachers in there. And when I was there supporting them for a couple of years, she's very supportive. They have videos everywhere. They have video cameras everywhere in every classroom, and so they could watch it from her office. And so she was watching, and I would always meet with them and debriefing about what I observe are the strengths and weaknesses or challenges and what are the things that we need to do next. So I was always collaborating with them. So that's what I do. I'm a consultant. So I actually would go to the schools that would have a contract with me, and I would support these teachers. And that's how I make my money. I don't make money here, but I make this as a support for teachers, but I do charge the schools. Okay, when they have a contract with me, like Brinkley right now, where Mike is, they have a contract with me for the whole year. So I come every week, or my representative would come every week to see them. So for the whole year. But anyway, so Analisa, do you have any, to comment on your interview? You're very fluent. That's good. I love that. Congratulations, by the way, that you have your doctorate degree. It's not easy to get. I know that because I went for mine. But and also for the scouting. I'm so proud of you that you are big in scouting. I can tell that you have passion for it. I was one from my Stephanie's kindergarten through 8th grade. I was their Girl Scout leader. So I'm really into Girl Scout leadership and also cookies. The cookies now are so expensive, $6 here now, but I don't know what it is in the Philippines. I figured it's around the same. But anyway, I would say less on the scouting. Do a sentence or two about scouting, but do more about the teaching. Okay, looks like you have your master's degree. That's good also. And what you have admin. Okay, admin is your thing. And you have junior high and high school experience. So that is cool because that's going to be an area that a lot of people are needing. So that's a good part right there. And
I am also, Doctor, I am also a research coordinator in our school.
okay, yeah. Yeah, focus on those and just say something short about the one because that's extracurricular. So I would say more about the core related, the subject area related leadership. And also for the reason, there's three levels, okay? Level 1 is about ourselves, level 1. Level 2 is about our family or about our tribe, about our own group. But level 3 is about global. Okay, so if we talk a lot about my family, myself, whatever, that's level 1. So try to stay above that. Go to level, we go to all three, but try to go level 2 and level 3 so that there would be what our students learn from us. Okay, and so of course the level 3 would be the global perspective, like what the American children would learn from you, and then what you also learn from them. Okay, so the reason needs to be the level 1 reason, which is your personal reason, need to be at the end. Okay, so start with the level 3, which is your global perspective, which is like, I would love to learn about the American culture because J1 visa is in a cultural exchange anyway. So you learn from the American children and you're also teaching the American children the Filipino culture. So that is a professional and personal growth for you. Okay. And I would not say anything about wanting to retire in the US because you know why? If you have a J1 visa, you cannot retire here. You have to go back to the Philippines in 5 years. Okay. So that's already a no-no. You already X'd off from the immigration purposes. They're going to say, okay, no, this person is not going to go back because you're supposed to go back unless somebody will do H1B visa, which Mike has, and it's a path to green card, and that is H1B, okay? But if you have a J1 visa and you talk like you did about, wanting to retire there, that's already going to be no, 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 no. We cannot take this person because they have to prove that you're coming back. In fact, they want to show that you have connection back in the Philippines. For example, your husband may be left there and then later on they'll come and follow you. That means they know that you have to come back. You got your family left in the Philippines. That's a connection back to the country, or you own a house in the Philippines and so on, and your family's there. That's a connection that, okay, this person is not going to go TNT or tago ng tago, hide and hide. That you won't do that, so that there's a guarantee that you will go back. Okay, because it is a temporary thing. It's not a permanent thing for a J1. It's a 5-year gig. Okay, and then you can go back to the Philippines for 2 years, teach what you learned, and then you can always come back another 5 years. You can do that as many times as you want. Okay, but it's going to be a 5-2 process. Okay, but so hopefully, if, for example, if you have your 5 years and you have to go back for 2 years, work on getting your past employer, if they like you a lot, to get you an H1B visa. And that way, when you come back, then you will be, the H1B is 6 years. And then within that 6 years, you apply for green card. And that's what Mike is in the process. He's applying for green card. The difference is that when you have an H1B visa, your husband is called H2, or your beneficiaries, like your children are H2 visas. They can, when they get their EAD, your employment authorization document, like Debbie was talking earlier, when they get their EAD within 2 to 3 months, they can then work. But for H1B, like Mike, his wife Mabel is, how do you say Mabel? Mike,
Mabel po,
Mabel, yeah.
Mabel.
Mabel is a H4 visa, which means that Mabel cannot work legally here until Mike's green card is approved. And that's what, 2 or 3 years, Mike? So if you want money immediately, H1B is better because you have double income. A lot of times, some schools, like a bunch of the teachers' husbands here or spouses, are hired by the same school, to do something in the school. So they're double income because they're H1B. But if they are, because they're J1. But if they're H1B, they have to wait till they become a green card holder. That's a green card is good for 10 years. In order for them to work. So your wife has to be, like, if you're babysitting or doing something for your own kids, and that's fine. But they cannot legally work. Okay. So there's the disadvantage there a little bit. But Mike, how long would it, so when you get that, Mike, when you get your green card, that will be what, 3 years, 4 years, you say?
Yes po, yes po.
Okay. And then she can work because his wife is also a teacher. So anyway,
Once I receive po the approval of I-140,
and then
yeah,
you can teach.
I can start to apply the EAD po.
Yeah. And then Mike can, the H1B, you can buy a house here. You can, you can do a lot of things here once you are H1B. But J1, you have to only rent. They're not allowing you to buy anything here, real estate, because it's not a permanent thing. Yeah. Okay. So, you have any question, Analisa? Did you have anything that you learned something from what our conversation was?
Yes, yes, doctor, I learned a lot. Anyway, so I just want to ask po, so regarding the um application letter and the resume that I sent to you, okay, so you advise me to prepare at least 3 references, like the recommendations I already have. So do I need to send it back again, or I will directly
You directly
apply
send it if
from
they ask for it. I will just want like on your resume, you would have your picture on top and you'll have your, professional information and then your extracurricular. And then on the very bottom of that page, you put your 3 references. It has to be 2 administrators and 1 teacher. And then you put their email and phone number. That's all they want because they will contact them first about you. they'll give us a survey. They call them a survey letter. And then they will ask, like, to rate your teaching, your organization, everything about you, about 10 to 12 things about you, 1 to 10 or 1 to 5. And then they're going to total it up and see what your references said about you. And so it becomes quantitative then, okay? And so that's why it's important to have those 3 things there. Otherwise, they will not give you an interview at all because you would have that missing data, okay? Yeah, very good question. At the end of
Thank
your
you so
interview, you're always going to be asked, do you have a question for us? So if I ask you, what's your question for me, Analisa, what would you say?
uh, I think that will be enough. I have no more questions.
No, you have
Ma'am,
to ask a question, Analisa. You have to say, do you have any PDs or professional development available for new teachers, especially international teachers? Do you have any resource for me, like a go-to person or somebody that could help me, especially in my first year? Those are some things you could ask, okay? So do not say I don't have a question, because that's a lost opportunity that you could use. Okay, you cannot ask them, don't ask them about things that you can find in the website, because before you interview, you should have already researched their website, to see everything about their website, notice their vision and mission. And if you can incorporate some of those information in your answer, that's even better. And then, so if you've seen their website really well, you've studied it, especially the handbooks, and then their community. So, for example, Little Rock, Arkansas is the capital, like Manila. And so you would research about Little Rock, Arkansas, and you would notice some tourist attraction or things like that's in Little Rock. And some, they're famous for what, So you could say those things, but including in your question, possibly. Like, how far away are you from the capital? I'm 3 hours away from the capital. So in order for me to go to Little Rock, I have to drive 3 hours. I have to drive 4 hours to go see where Mike and them are. So usually when I go visit them, 3 hours for Mike and 4 hours for the Helena folks. So yeah, you can ask those questions. Those are specific questions that you could ask. You can say, do you have any Filipino or international teachers already in your school? You could ask that. That's a very legitimate question. Okay, because you want to know if you have a support system or something there. Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much for attending. I really appreciate you, and congratulations again for all your education and your extracurricular. Yeah, I think you will do well on your
thank you so
interview.
much.
You're very
Thank you.
natural at it. Okay. All right. Okay. Bye-bye. Mike, who's next?
Yes po. Just for heads up po, we have 15 teachers who will introduce themselves
Oh
on our
no,
list.
we better be hurrying
Yes
then.
po.
Okay, Mike, this is your
Okay.
job, Mike. I want you to set for 2 minutes. Okay, and you
Yes po.
have to
Yes
give
po.
us a sign like this. T for
Yes
time.
po, Doc.
Okay, if you do that, then we know that they have to finish your sentence, but not your paragraph. Okay, once you see Mike's doing this, as in finish that sentence. Okay, so the things in your sentences need to include your name, your experiences, your education, and your teaching philosophy, and why you want to come to the U.S. Those are the major things I want to hear, and maybe grades that you have taught, subjects and grades that you have
Yes
taught.
po.
Those are important.
I
Okay, go
included it
ahead.
po sa list natin
Okay, go ahead.
on
Number
the
6.
chat box po. Yes po. So it's Sir Albert Gallarda.
Okay,
I think
Albert.
he joined me
I've
before.
seen him before. Yeah, how many times?
Yes po.
You can tell me how many
Just to
times he's
refresh.
been
Yeah.
here.
Mhm.
Good evening, Doc Merlina.
Albert, it's nice
Good
to
evening,
see
Sir
you.
Mike.
What a busy background, Albert. You're clashing there. You should have a solid
Yes,
color.
ma'am.
Huh?
Yeah, I'm here in our little store because we do
Nice.
online selling
Yeah.
as
But
part
I
time.
love your curtain, really. Yeah.
Thank you
But
so much,
but
Doc.
if you ever have an interview, I want you to do a solid color from one of those, because you are now clashing with your background. Okay.
Yes, Doc. Yes,
Yeah.
Doc. Thank you so
Okay.
much.
No
Thank you.
problem. That's just a woman, a woman's
Ah,
input.
yes,
Okay, go
Doc.
ahead and tell us more about you.
Okay, so again, good evening, Doc Merlina. Good morning, Sir Mike, and good evening here in the Philippines, and good evening all. By the way, I'm Albert Gallarda. I graduated Bachelor of Arts, major in Social Studies. Graduated Bachelor of Secondary Education, major in Social Studies. I have also finished my Master in Education, major in Social Studies, in a well-recognized university here in the Philippines. I've been employed in the Department of Education for 22 long years. I've been teaching history, economics, current events and issues, civics and culture, anthropology, sociology, And for 5 years, I am an hybrid teacher in senior high school. I'm teaching Introduction to Philosophy of Human Person, Introduction to Politics and Governance, Introduction to World, Religion, and Belief Systems, Personality Development, Understanding Culture, Society, and Politics, and many more other subjects, Doc. Aside from teaching, I am also a coordinator in Araling Panlipunan or Social Studies Department. I am an advisor of the Supreme Student Government. I am the commandant of Citizenship Advancement Training. I'm also a wood buds in scouting. I am a trainer coach in combative sports as boxing, arnis, taekwondo, and wushu. Yes, because I make this sports as an avenue also to input discipline, especially to out-of-school youth. I'm teaching also to the community. Yes, Doc. I believe in progressivism as my philosophy of teaching because students, they learn faster and their learning become meaningful if they are engaged. That's why I always prepare a lesson plan with engaging activities and provide them with questions that enhance critical thinking, because our mission always is to make our students globally competitive. Yes, Doc. So
Wow. Good
yes,
job. Good stuff
aside
there.
from that, yes, Doc.
Go ahead.
Aside from that, yes, Doc. I can say that I am productive and I am so passionate about teaching because some of my students who were under the Supreme Student Government, when they come back to school, they will tell me, Sir Albert Gallarda, thank you so much. At this moment, I am a politician because you taught us school politics. Yes. Others will come to our school when during alumni and they will tell, Sir, I am now in a police because you taught us citizenship advancement training and defense tactic because you taught us taekwondo, boxing, arnis. So they went into soldiery. And yes, Doc. Others will also come to school and will say, Sir Albert Gallarda, thank you so much because we were able to survive. Because by the way, Doc, I am also in charge of the student discipline in school.
Oh,
Yes.
Okay, Doc.
That's why
Yeah.
students who were noted. Yes.
okay.
Okay.
Finish your sentence.
Thank you,
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you so much.
All right. Hey, Albert, you have done
Yes,
such an
Doc.
amazing job. If you look back on our old videos, you did not do this well on your first one, right? So you have
Yes,
attended
Doc.
so many. How many times have you attended our meetings? You have attended a few.
I think 8 times, Doc, before I left because during that time I was enrolled in a scholarship.
Okay.
I was
Good.
so busy.
Okay, cool. Congratulations.
Yes.
You know what? I would love to hire you if I had a school right now because you're so loaded with things that you can teach. I mean, I love all
Yes, Doc.
the courses that you could teach because a bunch of those courses are actually taught here. The philosophy
Yes, Doc.
and so on are actually taught here. So what you can do then, if you get an interview, you need to find out in the school and see what kind of courses they will do, and you can focus on those, okay? And for the
Yes, Doc.
extracurricular, you can those are really good things, especially the one with the student, they call them student council here. That's what they
Yes, Doc.
call
Yes,
that
Doc.
leadership thing for student council advisor. And then all those extracurricular things about karate and all that, you can actually do community service like that here. So you could offer
Yes, Doc.
something here. I don't think schools have offered that, but here in America, as long as you have a sponsor teacher, they can get anything offered. So if you want to
Yes.
offer, for example, you just have, for example, somebody wants to do a mahjong club after school. Well, if they can get a teacher to do a mahjong club, they can do a mahjong club for students. I'm doing a mahjong club in the community here where I live. I'm starting it in June, but we already met with the core members. I already met with them, and we're having one like in the middle of the month. We're gonna have mahjong game just to teach cultural skills and logical skills. These are math skills and all
Yes,
that
Doc.
that you learn from that. So yeah, you can tell them about what learning they can have. And I love the testimonial that you did about what your students before had done and came back and told you. Those are great
Yes, Doc.
testimonials, yeah, because that shows That shows about what you have accomplished, but not through your words, but through the words of the students. And that's
Yes,
powerful
Doc. Yes.
to me. Okay.
Mm.
Hey, I think you're gonna be here soon. I'm gonna be
Thank
here
you so much.
seeing you soon. But what you need to do, because you're social studies, what you need to concentrate right now is to get to know the US history and the world history. Okay, you already teach some of the world
Noted.
stuff, but US history especially, okay? The major things starting from Revolutionary War, 1770 something, 76, before that even. You need to talk about the history of the US and see who are the major players, what major events
Yes.
are there, and so on, and maybe the presidents and what are their accomplishments. Like President number 16 is Abraham Lincoln, and he's one of the
Yes,
four,
Doc.
one of the four folks in the Mount Rushmore. So those are
Mm.
four presidents in the Mount Rushmore statue thing are the four famous presidents, really well known for their achievements. So you may want to start with them.
Thank you so much, Doc, for
Yeah, a
that.
bunch of the teachers here would actually assign presidents to their students to research and then would present it. I don't know if that's something that could be part of your curriculum, but you know what, if you research it, and then I always add things like, what are the things that these presidents have done that kind of you can liken yourself, you can compare yourself. Like, for example, a
Yeah.
president is hardworking, or, President Lincoln was very patient. I think he failed 8 or 9 times, not win, and he continued to run, and finally he won. That's considered grit. That's considered patience. Some people would just quit after 1, 2, 3 times, but he didn't. So that could be
Yes.
something like, think about their character development, the characters of these presidents, and how the students could relate to that. So always bring it to their lives. Okay. So in your answers,
Yes,
you
Doc.
need to do stuff like that. Okay. Things like that. I always tell
Yes. Thank you
students
so
that.
much, Doc.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Robert. You did an awesome job. Fantastic.
Yes.
Everybody, let's give him a hand. Yay. Okay.
Thank you,
I guess in your
everyone. Thank you,
class,
everyone.
yeah, thank you. In your
Thank you.
classroom, you need to, that's part of the standards in the US, is to cheer, to be that you should be your students' best cheerleader, and that you're making a classroom positive classroom environment by having the clap, and give them a clap, give them some chants or whatever it is that you do in order to validate students. That's what you need to do. Okay, because I think
Yes, Doc.
Filipino teachers were so good at that. Any of the claps that you do in your school, do that here. Okay, and of course it has to be appropriate. You do different claps, different things for elementary and high school. Like this is
Yes, Doc.
wow. Wow,
Yeah.
WH, wow,
Mm.
we do that. Let's give him a wow like this. We do this, okay? Or I would say AWESOME. Awesome, awesome, awesome. That's what we do
Yeah.
for to acknowledge you. Okay. All right. Thank you again,
Yes, Doc. Thank you
Robert.
so much.
Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Mike,
Thank you, everyone.
thank you.
Thank you.
Next, Mike.
Yes po, Doc. Since he left ko a while ago, so we'll go back to Sir Chris Watson. If you remember, Doc, you received his resume. You asked for his
Yes.
documents po.
Yes, I remember that. I
Sir
have
Chris
not sent it,
Watson,
Mike.
I'm not biased, but he's on the list.
It's fine. You're
Yeah.
fine. Go to the list. Yes.
Sir Chris Watson, are you still here?
Chris,
Or going back to you? I think he
did he
left
leave
again.
again?
So going to Ma'am Anita Jose. Ma'am Anita, I think she is from. Okay, Ma'am Anita.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
here you are. Okay. Yeah, Anita, you were here. You
Yeah.
were here before, right? This is your second time? No? First time.
No, this is my first time.
Yeah, you look
Yes,
beautiful.
please. Thank you.
Yeah, tell us about how you got
Thank
our name, how we got our information.
Oh, okay. I got your information from Facebook.
Okay.
I am a fan of yours on Facebook, so I got the information from Facebook, and I decided to join.
Good. Thank you so much for joining us. I love it because we're an international organization, but we're composed of 99% Filipinos. So I'm so glad that you're joining us. We need other cultures, right?
Okay.
So tell us about your professional
Yeah.
information. It's nice to meet you, by the way. I'm Merlina McCullough.
Nice meeting you.
Yeah, you must have seen some of our videos. Have you seen some of our videos from YouTube?
Yes, I've
Facebook?
watched them.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Well, I'm retired now since 2018, but my husband said, yeah, no, she's not retired because I continue to do consulting work. But the nice thing about it is that you can just say no if you don't want to do it, you know. So the nice thing about being a consultant. But I love doing this, you know, supporting teachers. I don't charge for it, but I really, to me, it's a learning thing for both of us and for all of us. And so anyway, if you can tell us your professional information from your name, of course, name, your degrees, experiences, grades, and subjects you've taught, and maybe extracurricular things that you do or can offer the school, and then any awards that you have, and then why you want to come to the US and your teaching philosophy, those things. Okay? You may start. Mike
Okay,
is going to
thank
time you
you.
2 minutes and see. And if he says this, that means time, finish your sentence, but not your paragraph. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon or good evening. I'm Anita Opoku Osei, a mathematics teacher from Ghana. I hold a bachelor's degree in mathematics education from Valley University, and I've been teaching for 11 years now. I have taught for 7 years in the primary school, and then 2 years in the middle school, and then also I'm now in Akwamai Senior High School teaching mathematics. Some of the topics I've taught are algebra, trigonometry, calculus, and the etc. And sorry.
That's okay. Just relax. Don't worry about it. Don't be nervous. You're just talking to me. Don't worry about it.
Okay. My philosophy is creating an inclusive environment that fosters critical thinking and then active participation, in the sense that I always try and make teaching interesting and enjoyable. And I also allow students to tell me whatever they feel about what I've taught, and that makes them take active participation in my lesson. For example, one time when I was transferred to my new school that I am now, I wasn't having a good relationship with the student because I was new over there. But as time goes on, they warmed up to me, and teaching and learning became very, very interesting because they knew very well, or they realized that I take part in their personal affairs, and I don't really go there to teach only the school academic work. Thank you. The reason why I want to teach is that, or I want to teach in the United States, is that I would like to learn a lot about the culture of Americans, and then I would also like to teach my culture to them.
Good job. Yay. Everybody, let's give her a round of applause. Yay. Okay. So
Thank you.
yeah. Anita, I know you have a little
Yes.
cheat sheet, but you still look like you're communicating with me. You're still looking at me at least, right? But
Yes.
I love that you covered all of the things that I said. You said about, you know, how many years of this particular grade level, you know, you said elementary, you said primary, and then middle school is 2 years, and now your high school. You have all of you have all of the grade levels. That's awesome. But do you have your master's
Yeah.
degree? You have your master's degree or no?
I'm not pursuing it. I'm not done yet. I
Okay.
just started.
You need to
Yeah.
say, that. You need to say, I am currently enrolled in a master's degree. They want you to be finished with that master's degree by that school year where you're being hired. That's what most visa sponsors would want. Like, as long as you finish within that school year, you'll be okay. Okay, and I would recommend you can have either a master's degree on your area, or you can even go like special ed, for example. It's a different area that will give you more employment opportunities. That's a very shortage area. Math, high school math is one of the areas that we have shortage in. We have so many needs in special ed and math and science and literacy, all the tested areas. Yeah, we have needs on those. We have less needs in elementary. but we have more needs in high school. So you are in a good spot. Okay. So,
Thank you.
yeah. And let me see. I circled something. I love that you said, for example. Okay, when you do your interview, always put a for example, and then you put it in your context, in your own example, because that makes it more Anita than anybody's. You know, it's not generic, it's more you. Okay, so anytime that you say something, always think about, okay, how does this look like in my classroom? You know, if you see me doing this, I always would say an example, and I would go back to my experiences, things that I've observed, things that I have done. You know, those are really powerful things that you can do. And you're just visiting with me like now. You know, when you're visiting with them, you know I have a good interview because I just visited with you and just kind of have a conversation with you,
Thank,
right? And
thank
you know, I can
Thank
tell that you really did you know, like prepare for this, and that's what you need to do on the actual interview. Is you look very professional,
Yeah.
and that's what you need to do. I love your background, by the way. Anyway, you have any question
Thank
for
you.
me? Have any question for me?
Yes. I would like to know what are the requirements for the new teachers or the newly recruited teachers like me?
Okay, good question. What you need to do is find out. So find out what state you want to be. So you look at the US map, okay? US map has 50 states, okay? And if you actually, when you send your resume and cover letter to me under McCullough Marlena at Gmail, and you can look at the spelling under my name, then I will actually give you some document that had all these links. Okay, it had all these links that you can do, and it will tell you the steps on what to do. So this is a very important document. I only send to folks that send me the resume and cover letter. And on top of that, I also would help you make your resume and cover letter better, looking better, looking like presentable, and you know, hopefully you'll get an interview. Okay, that's a good question right there. And then so after that, then I also encourage you to go to www.schoolspring.com. And that is where all the 50 state school from 50 states would actually present like their openings, their job openings. So you can directly apply if you want. The requirements that you need are, of course, your resume and cover letter. The third one would be your FCE, your Foreign Credential Evaluation. Do you have that already?
Yes,
You
please.
got it?
I
Okay,
have it.
you got what you need already. Okay, so most of
Yeah.
them would actually just ask for those two. You know, they get the third one and the others once you get in the interview. So those first two doesn't cost you anything. Your resume and cover letter are the two that you need, you know, to apply. And then later on, okay, then what happens is that once they get it, they'll look at your resume and they look at the 3 references. They're gonna send the references the email saying that, okay, what do you think about Anita? Rate Anita from 1 to 10 on her curriculum, on her knowledge, on her management, all that stuff, organization, different things about teachers. And then they're going to say in the bottom, they would say, will you hire her again? You know, if you were administrator, will you hire her again? I would say yes, always. And I said, and it would say things like, tell us pretty much your strengths and weaknesses. They're going to want to know. Okay, I always put, I highly recommend so and so because this person will be an asset to your organization. That's why it's important to meet with me like this, because otherwise, or individually, because otherwise I wouldn't be able to say anything. I'm not going to lie and make up things. Okay, it has to be something that, oh, I remember talking to Anita, and this is what I remember because I have my notes. I have my notes every time I have a Zoom. I have my notes. So I put the Zoom number. So I can go back to my notes and say, okay, Zoom number 71, let me see what my notes said. Okay. And so
Okay.
the administrators also, what happened is that those resume and the cover letter that you send me, I send a link to your information to all these administrators. And a lot of the administrators, everybody in Arkansas, and then I send it to the major cities in that surround Arkansas. And then I have a list of multiple job postings for all the 50 states. And Mike, do you mind posting that for me, please? The 50 states job postings. And the job postings, I researched the top 10 to top 20 schools, and I put down the in ABC order, the 50 states. And all you have to do is click on the link and you can apply directly to that school. Okay, so you want that one. It's going to be on the list on my document when you send it to me, but Mike can also put it on chat right now so that the applicants can already copy and paste it to your own document. And that way you'll have it and you can apply already. Apply 8 to 10 people to places every day. Check it every day because it's going to change every day. Okay, so that's what I would recommend. And a bunch of them that did that got a job already. I have people that you would attend this one and then in 2-3 months they're already here. Okay, so but you have to put in the work. Okay, you're gonna say, well, I already a member of ITSA with Dr. McCullough, so she's gonna do all the work. No, you need to also do the work. Okay, all right. Okay, so any other question that
Thank you.
you did a very good job, by the way, Anita. You're gonna do well on your interview.
Thank
Okay, just slow down
Thank
and
you
just
very
make sure that every word counts. Okay, that's what I have to work on myself too, because I get so excited and I would talk so fast. So just make sure that you have, because we have an accent, I have an accent, you have an accent. So
Yeah.
we need to just make sure that every word counts, that every word is understood.
Yeah.
You teach math, so numbers gonna be
All right.
universal. Okay, good job. Yeah, I love your
Okay.
earrings.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so
Thank you.
much. Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Yes
So
po,
Mike,
Doc.
who's next?
Next po is Sir Christian Watson. Finally, he is here now.
Okay, good. Okay, Chris. Mike keep calling you, Chris. You keep leaving us.
Oh, so sorry.
That's okay.
I was like in and out.
Oh, you
I'm so
were.
sorry about that one. My
That's all right.
apologies.
What time is it there right now? Where are you?
Right now in
Iran?
Qatar, it's 4:45
In the morning?
in the evening.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's a nap time for me too. Okay, go ahead and tell us. Chris, is this your first
Okay.
time of attending? I think I've seen you before, no?
I was like there, but I'm
You're not
so
talking.
shy.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm glad
I'm a
that
bit shy,
you
so
got
I'm just
over
like
that
lurking.
today. Yes. Thank you for
Yes.
being, you'll be recorded, which means that you're going to have, because when they contact me, I'm going to tell them to watch our videos. And so once
Of
you're
course.
recorded, that gives you an opportunity to be seen by a lot of
Okay.
administrators. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name's Christopher Watchen, and I'm a grade 10 and grade 11 teacher. As of the moment, I'm teaching English language arts. I just happen to have the opportunity to teach in an international school here in Doha, Qatar. So, as for my degree, I have taken bachelor's secondary education, major in English, and also have taken up my master's degree and also in English. I passed the proficiency exams in IELTS. So,
Is
yeah.
that TOEFL? Is that TOEFL?
No, it's not TOEFL. I took IELTS. IELTS.
They said it
IELTS.
IELTS. Yeah,
Yes, at first, sorry, I wasn't
that's
able to
okay.
spell it out.
It's okay.
Okay, and then for my teaching philosophy, so I would see students not more than just like numbers, but rather a human being, and therefore we should extend our help and our compassion, not only just for learning, but also we are here as second parents, and also we have to guide them and help them grow in the best way they can. And sometimes they have different stories, different backgrounds, and diverse as they are, they needed to be given equal attention and equal opportunity. And I also understand that there are different strengths in every student, and therefore we should nurture them. And if ever that there will be like certain problems, it's always the fact that we have to take it into consideration, that we have to talk it over, and that the growth does not only depend on the parents and on the school, but also with the commitment with the community and also with the parents. So without the help of the parents nor the community, I don't think that it would never be successful in terms of like teaching the child. So education is like a village. For extracurricular, I'm helping, but I'm not a director, but I'm currently helping as an assistant to the director in MUN, Model United Nations. Before, I was also an assistant for popular culture, but right now we stopped that one. And I'm intending to introduce esports hopefully by next year if
Nice.
I've been renewed in schools, but I don't know for certain. So everything's uncertain as of the moment. Um, what's the next one here? Other extracurriculars, I usually go to certain events
That's 2
that
minutes.
I
I'm so
feel.
sorry.
Oh, so
Okay,
sorry.
finish your
Okay.
sentence.
Okay. So for reason for my applying, at first, professional development. Second, I need to understand American culture. I think that I have to learn more. And third one, opportunities and greener pastures, so to speak. So
Okay.
that's it.
Very good.
Sorry.
Hey, Chris, one of the best one of the best that I've seen. Good job.
Thank you.
Good job. I'd give it 5 stars.
Thank
Very
you.
good.
Thank
You're
you.
very fluent. You're just visiting with me and you're very deep. I can tell that you are really, you have leadership opportunities and you took it. which is nice. And I love what you said about not just teaching the child, but also, about their growth on the social and the whole child. I love that part because it's SEL, which is social emotional skills, learning skills. And that's very important because you pretty much covered, I think you covered most of the national board core proposition, knowledge of students you did, knowledge of content you did, and then the only thing is assessment, how you assess what they know before and after and during. And then
Yes.
Your reflection. So you reflect, but then you did a very heavy thing on collaboration about the community involvement and the parental
It's very
involvement and
important.
so on, and the importance of it. Very good. So those are the little checklists that you need to remember. Next, you might want to include your assessment and reflection, that your importance to
Oh,
be,
yes.
yeah, important for teachers to be reflective and always learn about, and you kind of, you about the weaknesses and strengths of your lesson, for example, and how you could tweak it in order to address the diverse needs of your students. I think you kind of touch on that a little bit, but those are the things that you can include because your introduction is awesome. Okay, very
Thank you.
fluent, I can tell that you're an English teacher. You should be fluent, right? And then international school, I love that you are in the model of the UN thing. That's also sort of great stuff. So if you just emulate this, if you just copy what you did now to an actual interview, I don't see you not having a job. You should be able to get the job. The only thing that I might say is like, do not say anything about like I might not get renewed because it makes you question like, oh,
Oh, so sorry
is
about
something
that.
wrong with this guy? Why is this guy not sure about being renewed? Those are the only things that I would say. Do not
Okay.
become a doubt that, okay, I'm not good enough to be renewed, Be confident like that, okay? I know it's a part of our humility as Filipinos. We kind of like we don't want to be bragging about it, but sometimes you need to humble brag something. So yeah. Okay.
Okay.
So it's nice to
Thank you.
meet you and nice to
Thank you
talk
for
to
your
you.
time.
I can't believe you didn't talk to me before. You're not shy. You did a good job.
I am. That's why.
Okay, Chris. So you
Thank
are
you.
open to any state though? You can teach anywhere? Because Arkansas is one of the poorest state. We're very poor here. It's like province, but we are one of the cheapest, but we are poor. We're not, if you expect it to be like New York and all those fancy things that you see on TV, we're not that. It's like the Philippines here. It's very simple life here in the
I do value more of like the school and the staff are like in harmony.
Okay,
So I'm
good,
not more of that like rich
good.
states. So
Okay.
I'm just like more of like just work life balance, and then that administration and staff are all working together, even the parents. So
Mhm.
that would be less stress for everyone, and all the more focus on the children. That's it.
Good, perfect. Your heart is in the right place. It should be all about students. It's not about us, right? It's about the kids should be number one, and
And
that's
the community in general, because the
very good.
parents should be also supported.
That's
Yes,
right. I love that, and I
that's for
love your
me.
esport. Yeah, I love your esport thinking. You should
Yeah, I love
you should talk
esports.
more about that in your interview. That you said, if
Yes,
I get hired, I would love to work with school to sponsor. You need to be a sponsor to an esport.
I
Esport.
love esports.
Yeah, that would be
It's a
that would
thing
be
right
good
now for
because
kids.
yeah, some of our neighboring schools now where I live are now doing esports as well. So they're even competing with other schools. So yeah, that's an in thing right now. That's a trending thing right now. So
True,
that's a
true.
good thing to mention. Good job, Chris.
Thank
Mike,
you.
Mike, your folks that you always send to me are great folks, Mike. They're really they're
Yes
really
po.
they're really high end. Very good. Okay, nice. Number 9.
Yes po. For your information, what I've been here. So, Ma'am Mary Jane Laguna, Doc, you remember last time she's the one who will introduce herself, but we're already running out of time, so I will give her time to
Yeah.
introduce herself.
It's okay to reintroduce yourself, guys, because some people might not go back to the old videos, but they'll watch it now. So it doesn't, we can spend 2 minutes on you and give you the
Mhm.
opportunity to get seen, okay? Because it's
Yes
on
po.
YouTube, it's gonna be worldwide. So you have all kinds of administrators watching your video. So we have a lot of people today, huh, Mike? We have
Yes po.
yeah, busy,
Today, yeah. Yes
busy.
po.
I did a
Okay,
good job on
so
the reminding, hey, you need to come because I
yes po.
think in 10 minutes, possibly, we're going to have our guest speakers come on.
Yes po, yes
Mike's
po.
going to
Opo.
watch it for us.
Okay.
Okay, so
Okay,
come
let's
on,
start with
Mary Jane.
Mary Jane Laguna.
Mary Jane,
Yes.
go ahead, Mary Jane.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Good evening. Good afternoon, Doc and Sir Mike. You're
Yeah, good
actually there
morning
in
to
the
us too. Yeah.
US.
It's a
Good
good
morning.
morning in
Yeah,
Arkansas. Yeah, we're the same in Mike. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So this is really a nice opportunity to really talk about ourselves. So first and foremost, I'm Mary Jane M. Laguna. I'm actually what's this? I've been into teaching for several years now, so over 6 years. And I do handle accountancy, business and management students, and I do have my advanced studies as well. So in the University of Perpetual Health Systems, Delta. So right now, I'm just waiting for my credentials to be released. I actually coordinated with my the graduate school for them to somehow provide me the credentials because that is really one of it is really necessary for me once again to
Is it master's or
as
doctorate? Is it doctoral degree or master's?
master's degree doc.
Master's.
Yeah,
Okay, master's. Okay.
yeah.
Master's in what area?
And
What area?
special education.
Okay. So you need to say that. You need to say in master's of special ed. Okay? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. Yeah, thank you. And another thing, I thankfully I also have been given a chance to what's this I've got my license, educator license at Maryland. So
Okay.
I guess that would also be it will be beneficial as I go throughout the process. And another thing, yeah, with regards to my teaching philosophy, I'm just being so amazed with this Lev Vygotsky. Is actually one of the philosopher that there is really a need for a student to be guided, especially right now that I've been handling special needs education class. And it's not just that I only have to stand right there. I really have to make it the point that everybody is being accommodated well. They have their own learning styles, and I need to assess them well. And of course, have been given positive reinforcement because that is really needed. In fact, even just a bit of responses or accomplishments, I really I need to
That's
see
okay.
to it that
Finish. Yeah, go ahead and finish.
they are being acknowledged and recognized. So that's me as a teacher. I'm always been passionate for my craft, and I do acknowledge and embrace my learners, inclusivity in the classroom.
Okay, so just last one. Why do you want to come here?
Yeah, as an ambassadress, if really being given a chance, I really want to explore more about the culture in the USA. And another thing that has always been my heart's desire. So if being given a chance once again, I may be able to, of course, deliver and share to them my passion in teaching and professionally. It's always my what's this? It's always been my desire, my heart's desire to really teach in the U.S. Professional growth is there. Personally, I really want to improve, of course, and I guess that's it.
Okay, well, good job.
I'm lost for words.
No, that's okay. Mike, thank you for giving her extra time because I actually interrupted her a little bit. I just should not have, but I did. But anyway, what my point was to be clear about what your master's degree would be. Okay, because that's one of the requirements. So good job. I think you're very fluent. I love your pronunciation. You're really good at that.
Thank you.
You pronounce like a native here in America, which is a good thing. That's one thing down. That's 90% won already for you, okay? Because fluency is the first thing that they always look for. Make sure that the students can understand you, and you are very, very clear. You are a very clear communicator. That's a good thing going for you. You may want to work on being smooth. Like you have a lot of stopping going like that. You just need to make it smooth as if you're talking to me. Like, we're just going back and forth like this. Yeah, just make it like more smooth. But I love the transition words you use. Next, then whatever, you use a transition word when you change another thing, when you change a topic, you put a transition word, which means that you did not elaborate on it. So don't just do transition. You need to put a little detail before you do another.
All right.
Okay. Otherwise, it makes it a list. You don't want it to be a list. You want it to be like a little story. Okay.
Yes,
yeah. So I love that you also you're doing the special ed thing, and I love that you mentioned something about the Vygotsky's zone of professional development. I mean, zone of proximal development, which is really learning styles. I love that you mentioned that. And along with that, you could do an MI, multiple intelligences by Gardner. You could also do that because they kind of work hand in hand, right? And so that's a very big plus for you. So make sure that you do that. Here in America, we have this star reading and star math test, and that actually will give you the ZPD, the zone of proximal development, and it tells them if they're reading on third grade, 8 months, or fourth grade, second month, it will tell them what kind of grade level that they are and whatever grade compared to what grade they are, so that's the ZPD, and it lists it for them. So you could mention that when you mention CPD, you can say, similar to what you do in STAR Math and STAR Reading, where it mentions Vygotsky CPD, because teachers would know that during ZPD, okay? Zone of Proximal Development. So the ZPD of the students, you will compare, like when I taught fourth grade, I want to make sure when we give it in August, that they should be around 4.1, that's fourth grade 1 month, right? And so if they are still third grade or second grade level, that's how I know, oh my gosh, this student is 2 years behind. Some students would be in eighth grade level. But that doesn't mean, that means that they know enough vocabulary words compared to an eighth grader 1 month. Okay? That doesn't mean they'll know the eighth grade skills. It's just that they are compared to that according to their vocabulary knowledge. Okay? So those are
Yes.
some things that you could say. That way they can relate to it. Because that's really deep. I love when you mention any learning theories, like you mentioned Vygotsky, that's good. Okay? That's always good. So keep that up. Those are good
Thank
details.
you, Dawn.
Yeah. All right. Well,
Thank you
thank you
so
so much.
much.
Okay. Appreciate you. You have any question for me? You have to have a question at the end, remember? You have any question at the
Yeah.
end? What is your question?
Yeah, yeah. Thank you for asking, Dawn. But
Yeah.
yeah, I really do have a question.
Okay.
So it really has something to do with the professional development. If there will be, if is there is really any chance or possibly that I will be given to a new,
Yeah,
new
they are
teacher?
required to give you well, they usually do you an orientation. They will have an orientation
Um,
and they will guide you through, like how do you get your username, password on your computer stuff. And they will give you like ID. In Arkansas, it's IDEA, IDS, Arkansas IDS, that's where your PD portal would be. And they'll also, in Arkansas, they're also going to assign you a mentor. And that's your resource person that you always go to. And that person will be that you always go to anytime you need some help, and they will observe you, co-teach with you, whatever, So they'll pretty much hold your hands the first year. Okay. So they
all right.
always would do that in Arkansas. I don't know about the other state, but I figured it will be the same. Okay. And the
All
support
right.
of the administrators would differ from school to school. You'll have some administrators that are really, really good. Like they would be, like, for example, Maria, the first person I brought here. I don't know if Maria's here today. Like the administrator, the superintendent bought her a bed from her own money. That's how supportive she
Oh,
is, and all that. And so some administrators, in some areas, I was contacted by, these are people that were the Filipinos that were hired not through my program, but through something else. And they knew they're Filipinos. So they were calling me and said, hey, you know what? This Filipino teacher has been sleeping on the floor because she doesn't have a bed. She doesn't have a truck to buy get the bed and so on. So, but there are churches that could help you get those for free. Or if you have the money already, you saved up, you could ask someone, one of your colleagues' husbands to drive a truck. You can always find ways to get it done. And there are also furniture companies that would deliver so many miles away, they would deliver. So you should not
oh,
be like sleeping on the floor. That's kind of sad, that you're here in America making dollars and you are still sleeping on the floor. There's Goodwill here that is really cheap, like donated things. They're good stuff, but they're donated and they are like so cheap, like $20, $30, instead of $300. So a tenth of what
yeah.
you would normally buy. So these are places, but these are things you could ask me. You could email me, Dr. McCullough, I'm in this state and I'm having problems with this. What can you do? I could always, tell you, for example, ways to, where would you live? Go to apartments.com, and then put your name or the name of the city, and then Zillow, ZILLOW.com. You can also put down there, and you
Oh,
know what are available for rent and for rent in the area. So you could do those in order for you to see, and then you use Google Map to see where that is compared to your school. Okay, so there's all kinds of app available that would help you. Okay. All right. Well, good
okay,
question
Dawn.
there. I
Thank
love that
you.
question there. Good job, Mary Jane.
Thank you so
Okay. Good
much,
luck,
Dawn.
girl. Okay. Next, Mike. Not number 10. We'll do number 10 now. I don't know if it matches yours, Mike, but anyway, it might not match yours, but I've been numbering mine, whoever I talk to. Who's next? You should do well on your interview, I think, Mary Jane.
Good morning, Doc.
Good
Maybe it's
morning. Who is
me.
this?
This is Bonita Memoration, Doc.
Benita. You're new, right, Benita? Is this your first time?
This is not my first time, Doc. I actually have attended last time. That was on April 5.
But you did not talk, right? Because I don't remember.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is your
It's
second
not
time.
yet talking because I was still observing.
That's natural. That's fine. I'm so glad you got your courage today and start talking to me. Good. What gave you the courage? What gave you the courage to decide that, okay, I'm going to talk today?
I'm gonna talk really today because I see the post that there will be some administrators that will be
they'll be
that
watching
will
this video
be
today. Yeah.
attending. Yeah, that's why I really took the courage today.
Perfect timing. Good job, girl.
Thank you.
Okay. Love you.
Thank you
Love
so
your
much,
love your
Doc.
background. Yeah. Okay, go ahead and get started. Mike's gonna time you for 2 minutes. Okay, Mike.
Okay.
Oh.
So good evening, everyone, and good morning to you, Dr. Marlena, and to all the teachers who are from the USA. I am Bonita Memoration from Talisay City, Cebu. I am actually a graduate from Cebu Normal University, taking up Bachelor of Secondary Education, major in Social Sciences. With regards to my Master's of Education, I was not yet able to finish, but I was able already to obtain 30 units in Master's of Education, major in Teaching Social Studies.
Right.
And with my teaching experience, I have my first experience in a private school. That was for about 2 years and 4 months, wherein I handled grade 8 world history, grade 10 contemporary issues, and the grade 12, which is the mixed methods research. In that school, I can really say that I was able to hone my classroom management skills and my classroom strategies, and also there are professional development and professional growth, because I can also say that I was effective in that school because my students would really come back to me and say, these were really the things that you taught us, and it is really very helpful, especially that they are going into college. And then after my experience in private school, I decided to pursue my teaching career in the Department of Education. And that
Public.
is today.
Mhm.
I'm already 6 years and 5 months to be exact, teaching in a department school or in a public school. And then I'm handling still grade 8, the world history, and the grade 10 contemporary issues. Since I've been teaching in here, I did not teach only by facts and knowledge, but I lead them by example. And also I teach them with not just with the knowledge, yes, as I said, but also with the everything that they can apply in the real world. So with my curricular or other curricular activities, I've been awarded as the best MC of the year. That was last year. And then I was also the grade 8 year leader. That was last year, wherein that was also a very nice job. We have some problems in our year level and was able to handle it. You know, that does not focuses on the learners, but also with the co-teachers in our year level and other problems in our year level. The classroom, the strategies, the learners who are, you know, hard-headed, and other learners who have problems. And today I am the Gender and Development Coordinator. I make reports about the gender discrimination, violence, and other problems in the learners and with the teachers and staff in our school. And with regards to my
time,
teaching
last sentence.
philosophy.
Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Sir Mike.
Now go ahead and tell me the reason why you want to come.
Yes, I really, you know what, Doc? In reality, I just wanted to be honest. I was been applying already last year, and I have some. I was already, in the interview, but then I did not. I did not pursue it because I found out that I was pregnant that time. So I was really discouraged. Then, I was really crying because because I really wanted to come to the US. But then maybe it was not yet the time.
Yeah.
So I was just looking at the videos in this platform. But then I will not attend because of the reason. So I'm here today because I wanted to go to the US if really given the chance, wherein I'm really mentally prepared, emotionally prepared.
Your child is only 1 year
And
old? Your child is 1 year old?
I'm still, I have my, she's still 4 months, Doc.
4 months. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. Are you willing to leave? We do have a teacher that did that. I mean, as long as you have somebody like a grandma or somebody you can trust to leave the baby with, but I don't think I could make it that way. But you might be tougher than me. But you can actually bring the baby with you. Do you know that? You just have to come up with a fare. I don't know. Yeah, you just have to save money or borrow money, but you can bring your family with you, because you don't
Yes,
have to leave the
Doc.
baby somewhere
Yeah.
else. Yeah.
That's why I tell myself I really have to attend all the time to this platform because I wanted to know more about the students in the USA. I really don't want to give up in there if given the chance.
Yeah, and I think you have a very good chance of it because being I don't I'm not surprised that you got the MC of the year thing because you're very fluent. You're very good at enunciation of your words.
You know what, Doc? Yeah, I just really don't know why I got that, but maybe they see some capabilities
Yeah, you do have
or
it.
communicating.
You do have it. Yeah, and keep it up. And that's the best teachers that we could bring here are those that are fluent, good at enunciation, good at, and I can tell that you're very passionate about teaching. I can tell
Thank you
that
so
you are,
much,
yeah.
Doc.
And you've got leadership opportunities too that you have taken advantage of, having to, help colleagues and other stakeholders to take care of discipline and other things. Those are called PLC here, professional learning community. So those are the PLC. So you are ahead of the PLC, which is good. If you say that, you were speaking the same language as the American teachers here. I am ahead of
Yes, Doc.
PLC. Yeah, PLC.
Wow.
And so, yeah. And then, yeah, I think when you say, you say units, instead of units, you say hours. You have 30 hours of your master's degree. Okay. And your social studies, another thing that I say is all study your US history. Okay. If you ever are in front of your computer, I want you to Google the US history from the beginning to now. Okay. You need to be aware because the questions could be coming from content like that.
Yes, Doc. Yes,
Yeah,
Doc.
that's
The
the challenge of the social studies teachers. Go ahead, Mike.
the
Yeah.
Yes, well, sorry to interrupt. Mr. Robert Chick is already in, and then I'm going to approve Mr. Kevin Smith.
Okay.
So,
Welcome.
yeah, good morning. Good
Good
morning,
morning, our guest
Robert,
speakers. I
Robert
told you.
and Mr. Kevin.
Yep. Mr.
Yeah.
Robert and Mr.
Good
Kevin.
morning.
I want to
Hi,
introduce,
everyone. Good
thank
morning.
you again so much for talking to me, Bonita, okay? I
You're
want to
welcome,
welcome our
Doc.
guest speakers. Thank you. Our guest speaker, Mr. Robert Cheek and also Kevin Smith. I'm going to have them to introduce themselves. You will have a video of this recording of this. I'm going to send it to you and Kevin, Robert. So I want to welcome you. We have not ever seen our faces, so this is our first time of virtually seeing each other. So I'm curious. So thank you again for attending. We have been on for a couple of hours. So I've been talking to a few people, but you will see it in the recording. So Robert, you want to come
Wonderful.
in or
Yeah,
Kevin?
thank you, Dr. McCullough.
Hey,
It's very nice to finally meet you. I
yeah,
know
me too. Same
for
here.
some years.
Same
Yeah,
here.
and thank you for inviting us to this call today. Um, Yeah, Kevin, are you on? Are you
I,
able to speak?
I am. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, Kevin was a former mayor of Helena. Kevin, it's nice to meet you too.
Nice to meet you. I'm sorry about my video. I'm trying to figure it out, but maybe I'll get it.
Well, it's nice to meet you both. And I said, Robert, did I tell you right that Robert, you're married to a Filipino, right?
Yes, my
Yes.
wife Fran is from the Bicol region,
I
and
would
she's
love to
been
meet
here
her one of these
for
days.
10
Yeah.
years. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, she's
Yeah, she can peek over your shoulder if she wants to meet us.
yeah, yeah. You can come say hi.
This is a great school to be in, especially that the head is,
The
oh,
beautiful
look at the
baby.
beautiful
Yeah.
baby you have. What
Hi,
a cutie.
Hiraya.
What is her name? Cutie.
Here I am.
Okay, let me see. I don't see Mike, you're showing, but not them.
Okay, did I?
Oh, there
Yeah,
you are. Oh my gosh. Hello, I'm Marlena. Nice to meet you. They call me Ellen. That's my nickname. But yeah. Now, what is your name? What is your name?
I'm Francia.
Francia. Okay. Yeah,
Yes.
Francia. Okay, and your baby? Is
Oh,
how
this is
old?
our baby. It's
How-
Hiraya. It's from Hiraya Manawari. So her name
Oh,
is
how
Hiraya.
nice. How old is she?
Turning 6 months this May.
Oh, wow. Very active, very smart. I could tell that she's already very, curious about her environment. That's awesome. Well, it's nice to meet you. Okay.
Oh, nice to meet
I'm
you
so
too.
glad that you all are planning to hire some Filipino teachers. So, Robert,
yeah,
if you don't mind to introduce yourself and your role and maybe like how or your school, the student population possibly, and racial or ethnic population, whatever you want to say.
sure. Yeah. I work for KIPP Delta. My role is the Chief Information Officer, and I've been with KIPP for about 14 years now.
Wow. Okay.
We we run two regions, so we're one district, but we have a region that's based in Helena, Arkansas, that has about 900, maybe 850 or 900 students. That's pre-K 3 through 12.
Okay.
And then we have another site in Blytheville that's also K through 12. And our demographics, our majority is African American, about depending on the school, 85 to 95% African American.
Okay.
And then the remainder is a mixture. So
Okay.
yeah, and KIPP is a charter school network, originally from Houston, that runs throughout the country with a college preparatory focus. And so KIPP Delta has been operating in the Delta region since 2002. So for about 23 years now.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Very good. Thank you so much. I didn't realize that they had been there that long and how many students. That's a pretty big school.
Yeah, so our region altogether has about
Hey, let me call you
1,200
back in just
students.
1,200.
a moment.
Well, I think you have a
I was
very
gonna
good
tell you right
reputation,
now.
Robert, because I remembered when I took my specialist degree and my doctorate degree, we actually talk about how effective the KIPP schools are in preparing students for college, that you're
Yeah.
pretty much like a model school. So
Mhm,
it's a very
mhm.
high quality school, it sounds like.
Yeah,
Like when you hear
yeah,
KIPP, it's got a very positive connotation to me. Like I think
good.
positive when I think of KIPP. So
Yeah.
that's your good things are going on there. Am I right or am I being biased?
Well, we certainly try to deliver a high quality education, and I think Kevin can speak more to it. Now, Kevin has been in Helena for a very long time and has known about KIPP for a long time, but he is new to the role as executive director. So I'll pass it over to Kevin right now.
Thank you, Kevin. Welcome, Kevin. Previous
Thank you.
previous mayor of Helena. We're so honored to have your presence. Did you figure out your camera?
I have not. I'm sorry. I probably need Robert over here to help me figure it out, actually. I don't know why I'm always having problems with my camera. But so I apologize for that.
It's all
But
right.
yeah, thank you and thanks for helping Robert and I get on this morning. I I'm executive director of the KIPP Delta Schools, which has campuses in Helena and Blytheville. And it does have a very, I would say, storied or prestigious history as being a school who figured it out in the poorest region of the country of the United States, in the poorest rural area of the United States, where public education or any education for that matter has been very, very difficult, and and has enjoyed an excellent reputation. In the last 5 or 6 years, that's been tarnished a little bit because of a lot of instability at the school, mostly revolving around a different board and too many interim and other directors who just not a lot of stability and therefore not a real continuity of vision or mission. And so it's lost some of its edge and not where it was just 5 or 6 years ago. My wife and I have twin daughters who we put into KIPP, and at the time, the KIPP's schools were ranked by U.S. News and World Report, who does those things, as the fourth highest or fourth best high school in the state of Arkansas. And
Nice.
just a few years before that, 2 years, the second best in public high school in the state of Arkansas. And we're a long way from that now. And we want to get back. And when you look at, and I don't consider myself at all an expert, but when I listen to those who are experts and who have been there a long time, people like Robert, I would add, and some of the people involved in it early on, um, the teachers make all the difference.
I agree.
Um, so through Robert and thanks to Robert, I've been exposed to this network of possibility and would like to do what I can as a executive director or superintendent of the school to make it as seamless as possible to attract good quality prospects for teachers, and that includes, I understand, this group. So I'm very, very excited about you inviting me to be a part of it.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Oh, we have quite a bit of people today. Mike, how many? Close to 50? Anyway, and sometimes we have as many as 100, but this is distributed to at least 400 plus members that we have that are officially members because I have the resume and cover letter. So what you can do is not just on this recording, this is number 96. So we started 4 years ago. So you can go back if you want this year, you could go back like recording number 60. It's on YouTube. You can Google my name and ITSA, International Teacher Support in America, and you can find our page in YouTube, and you can watch any of them. And if you take down their names, they will be talking about themselves for 2 minutes, and you can take down their names that you like, and you can tell me, and I will send you their information. I have a whole database of them that I sometimes, I mean, I could categorize according to the levels and subject areas and so on. So tell me about your needs. What are your needs? Like what kind of teachers are you looking for right now?
Well, that's a great question, and it comes at the time of the year when we are really looking and focused hard on that question, the answer to that question. And um, we have, I mean, and I pulled up on another screen here some things that we're looking for next year.
Okay.
And as I said earlier, we have two campuses, so I'm going to focus on Helena first if I can.
Yeah, that's fine.
We need an art K through 6 teacher, a special ed self-contained teacher. Um, we are looking for, it's a school social worker, but I would say it's counselor.
Okay.
School counselors have to have a certain level of accreditation before they're called school counselors. So we kind of knocked that down a notch but basically they're designed to work with in the schools. You're probably familiar with that, but we just have a little different title.
Yeah.
But anyway, 7 through 12 computer technology teacher, a 7th through 12 math science teacher, and some science teachers. We have a need in Blytheville for 8 teachers.
Wow. Okay. How many elementary and how many high school?
Um, 7 high school.
Okay,
So
that's what it's
mostly
always like that. More high school. Yeah.
mostly high school. And apparently, we have needed that for some time, and
Oh,
they
wow.
weren't really advertising. They were making one of our issues here has been one of the issues everywhere is teacher shortage, and then there's the need for certified and licensed teachers,
Mm-hmm.
that meet state guidelines. And we're a charter school, so we have waivers. But that period is really starting to window out when it comes to waivers. And charters will probably be the last ones affected. But if you don't know, Arkansas and maybe a lot of states, once they started doing it for waivers, I mean for charters, they started doing it for all public schools as a response to the teacher shortage, which um, anyway, so now we wake up and we have way too many unlicensed, uncertified teachers teaching classes, and that has affected our standards and all the things downstream from that.
Yep. You get flagged if you have those teaching in non-certified areas, right? You get
That's right.
flagged in your report. Yeah. So I was a former administrator, by the way, Kevin. So I work at the Department of
Okay.
Education as a professional development specialist, but then I was a principal and curriculum director at Greenbrier. And before that, I was K-12 specialist in Mountain Home, literacy specialist in Mountain Home.
Oh wow. So
I have
you know
all.
this backwards and for you know
Yeah,
this better than
I
I
do
do.
know that from the budget to the curriculum. But yeah, it's and it is so sad that we are getting teachers that are teaching in areas because of the shortage. And that's the reason why I built this organization 4 years ago. After I retired in 2016, I decided to do consulting work, and I noticed that everywhere I went, there are always people needing some teachers. And it's mostly high school, because elementary, it seemed like they've always joked like, oh, elementary teachers, they come a dime a dozen, but then high school, it's really hard to find. And I think I'm seeing that, the core areas, especially the tested areas, literacy, math, science, we have a shortage of those. And do you agree? Is that the same in your situation?
It is.
Yeah.
And you probably also know that the state is kind of up in the um, standards or up in the expectations on testing next year, and will be holding classrooms and kids and teachers more accountable
Yep. And
in
I
those
thought, yeah,
areas.
I talked about that earlier about merit pay. My sister teaches in Norfolk and sixth grade literacy, and she was the only one that got merit pay. And anyway, because they are really now tied with the students, so it is going on. It's really, I think it helps teachers develop. But at the same time, sometimes there's a side thing going on, like, is there going to be jealousy or whatever when somebody, is honored while the others are not? But it depends on the culture of the school. There's, luckily a very positive culture. But anyway, so yeah, that sounds like you have a lot of needs. I'm surprised that nobody had reached out to me earlier, because I would have been able to help you earlier. What I do is I don't charge for the services to the school and the teachers here right now, or anything that I do. But when I am asked to go personally to go visit a classroom and observe and give, my evaluation, which I was a test trainer for the evaluation for teachers. I actually train teachers on how to do that. And so I actually use the test evaluation instrument when I go visit. So I would look for the glows and the grows of the teachers, and I would recommend next steps. So I do that, and then I communicate that feedback to the teacher plus the administrators, so that you will always know when I'm come to visit what I saw. And of course, you have videos in the classrooms. You also could check that out. But anyway, other than that, I could help you with hook you up with the right people in immigration on how to do that. I have some folks that are now partners with me that I could, once you get hooked up with the right sponsors, they will do the paperwork for you. I'll just get you hooked up with the right one. And then what you will need is what you need to know is that there are two options, okay? One is that you have a J1 visa. You may know this already, but J1 visa is like it's like, how we have exchange students. This is like exchange teachers. The teacher exchange program is what it is. And in fact, it's the same visa that they're doing, J1 visa. And J1 visa is good for 5 years. So after 5 years, they have to go back to their country for 2 years and then teach what they learn, and then they can come back. Okay, that's sometimes that is waived, especially if we can, we can prove, there's 5 reasons that they could be waived. That could be waived. So that means they don't have to go back. But lately, the Philippines had been getting so strict about the waiver. So hopefully they will loosen up soon. But anyway, think about it as 5 years. And then the other kind is H1B visa, which is more of a permanent visa, because after, it's a 6-year visa, but within the 6 year that they can actually apply for a green card. And once they get their green card, then they have 10 years. And after that, if they are here in the US for 5 years, they can actually apply for citizenship. That's more permanent. So a lot of schools would actually either go straight to H1B, or they would do J1 visa. And then on the next time that they come back, they will do H1B for them, because they know the quality of teachers they are. And so if they're wanting really to keep them or whatever. And so, but you can always do J1 the whole time, as many times as they can come back, but you have that 2 year in between if the waiver is not approved through the Philippine end. And anyway, it will cost between, I want to say 3,500 or 4,000 to process the visa in either way, either H1B or J1. So if you want to do permanent thinking, then I would do H1B if I were you, because that means that you're going to have teachers that would not be going home every 5 years,
Right.
So, but then the thing about that is that you are more responsibility. You are responsible for the teacher, for the duration of time that they're here, which is also an advantage for the school, really, because they have to stay with you. You are their sponsor. And so, but then the J1B is that there's some vetted sponsors, the designated visa sponsors, that will be their sponsor, but they'll be working with you. Okay, so you're working with them and all that, and they are required to send like once a semester, I think they will be sending like paperwork or documents showing that what they have learned from American culture and what they have taught the American children about the Philippine cultures, the interchange of cultural knowledge. They have to prove that with the J1 visa. And then their family, you don't have to pay for the families. They all usually pay for that. And then for the H1B, that's the thing, the difference. H1B, it has to be paid 100% by the school. Anything visa related. On the J1 visa, some schools are doing like maybe the candidate could be half, and then because the budget limits, and then sometimes some schools are even saying we don't have a budget, so you have to pay for the whole thing, which is a really sad thing when that happens, because Philippines is a very poor country, as you know, especially Robert, who you would know because your wife is from there, and they cannot hardly afford it. And a lot of times the teachers are going to loan sharks, and loan sharks get like 25% a week or something. It's really expensive thing, but the amount of money they make though is about 8 to 10 times. So they'll make 5,000 a year here compared to a start here of 50,000. So they will get that money paid within 3 to 6 months. So that can be done. That's doable. And so which means that you'll have teachers that really like, okay, they can get a loan from someone. It doesn't have to be a loan shark. They could have family, friends, or maybe their co-op even. They have a cooperatives there that would lend them money. So that's doable. So do you have a budget for this, or are you wanting the teachers to pay for it themselves? Or half? What do you want? What can you do?
Well, one of my questions would be the 3,500 to $4,000 range. Is that true for J1 and H1B?
Yes, the difference, if there is a difference, it's like $100 or $200. It's a very small difference. So
Okay.
that's why the advantage of the permanency is worth it, to have that. But the thing is that in the H1B, you have to pay. You cannot make the the candidate pay if you're H-1B, because then you would be banned. You can never bring anybody here anymore. We have schools that had done that. They would charge the teachers instead of them paying, and they got caught, and then now they're banned forever. They could never bring anybody here. So anyway, so yeah, that's the thing is J1, you have the flexibility to do half or 100% candidates, but in H-1B it's 100% the school has to pay anything visa related, so including fare and all that. So
Well, the short answer is I think we would pay for that. We are doing our budget right now also, so now would be a time to do that. But I think we use Teach for America, we use Arkansas Teacher Corps, I think it's called. That might not be right, but
so, do those cost you any money at all, or are those?
they do. They do, but they're approximately the same, more or less.
Yeah.
They're close enough. And, my concern is that we get, good quality sort of, and I mean this in terms of school culture changing teachers, meaning they help. I mean, you understand this better than I do, Dr. McCullough. So, and I'm so sorry about my video. I'm just
good.
all
You're
I'm
fine,
just
Kevin. You're good.
2 left feet when it comes to this for some reason. Um, but but anyway, I think one of the goals, honestly, is to get our school back to that place of higher standards. And like I said before, one of those ways is to begin to make sure we have the best quality teachers, and that's a challenge for everyone. Obviously, we have too many because we are under so many waivers. We unfortunately this pendulum has swung too much in that direction, and we, especially in Bible, which is why we're hiring so many teachers, is I found out we had way too many aides really teaching those
Yeah, that's not good. Yeah.
classes. No, and we want to move in the same way the state wants everyone to move to licensed certified teachers, and they're doing everything to make it free for people who aren't completely licensed and certified in Arkansas to get licensed and certified in Arkansas without owing any money. They're doing everything they possibly can to facilitate that, and we want to support that too as a school if the teacher is in that process, as long as they're in it and working towards it and making progress and so forth. But ultimately, our goal is to just get, like everybody, right, to just get really good teachers for the kids. And I know your group has a lot of excellent teacher prospects.
We do. I am very picky, so I only recommend the best. So anyway, ask Mike. Hey, Mike, their population, Mike, is same as Brinkley. Brinkley has been, Mike has been my right hand forever. So, Mike, the Brinkley, Mike, has the same population as KIPP. What is the limit of the number of teachers that they can have for that population? Is it 7?
Yes, Doc, it's 15% of the
15%
school
of your
population, not the
population.
school district. So, for example, in high school, so it must be 15% and another 15% in elementary.
Okay.
And I think, and we have only one Filipino teacher in KIPP Delta. It's Miss Camille Minosa.
Yeah, no,
She's the
she's
only
good.
Filipino teacher there.
Yeah, and your principal is a very big supporter of Filipino teachers, and she's awesome. So yeah, McDaniel would just be an easy transition for the teachers because I know her really well. They had hired me as a consultant for the couple of years that she was there in Helena, and so I actually would visit our teacher every week. I would visit half day elementary, half day high school, and I could do that for you guys if you want me to. But I can also
Sure.
just do one through Zoom, and it's okay too. That's free if I don't have to come there. But anyhow, but it's really good whenever you have that feedback, because your administrators cannot go to every teacher, but they really need a holding hand part the first year. I know a lot of them would be crying
Right.
first month because they're so overwhelmed, because the American children and the Filipino children are night and day sometimes. You have compliance in the Philippines. You're there, they're very quiet. They come in very quiet, ready to learn. Like this, they're taking notes, no hardly no discipline problems at all. They're there. That's the expectation of the culture, that they're going to be there to learn. Your parents are there and on you saying, that's your way out of poverty. So you're gonna have to, take it seriously. And so every child, and that's why I'm one example, that would be told pretty much that we don't have anything to leave with you when we die, but we can leave with you an education, and that will take you from the cycle of poverty. And that's why I've always remembered that. And that's why I'm the first one that got my doctorate degree in my family. But yeah, so it's something that Filipino teachers also are very serious about. And the nice thing that I noticed with the teachers I've worked with are, I would make them a list of things that these are the standards that you need to work on. By the time I got back the second, the third time, oh my God, they've already worked on them. I've already seen some actions going on. And I would check with them, oh my gosh, you already have this done. You already, I would do that. I think Leslie, if she's here today, could say that she said, I had 15 things that Miss McCullough had seen, that I had to do. And by the time I went there, I said, oh my gosh, Leslie, I'm having a hard time looking for something for you to grow because you've addressed them. I mean, she put in practice immediately what I said, that you need to do this. You need to make sure that you have to do the knowledge of students. You know your students. You need to make sure that if you have knowledge of students, that's going to help you with your knowledge of content in order to customize your lesson. For example, she would say things like, "I'll remember so and so. You have 3 fish and two dogs, whatever." She would put example like that from her knowledge of students in her own teaching. So that's why I know that you have the National Board core proposition of knowledge of students is just as important as knowledge of content. And of course, it's followed by assessment, reflection, and collaboration. So those things I've taught in this group. So if they have been in my group for 4 years, 3 years, they would know those things like that. And you can tell by the interview that they would give you examples or whatever. I have 3 really high quality elementary school teachers that have all their paperwork ready to go. All they need is just job offer, and they're ready to come here. West Memphis had actually
Wow. That's great.
originally wanted to hire 13 teachers, okay? You might remember that West Memphis superintendent passed away from massive heart attack. Remember that part?
Yes.
And they were already in the process of getting these Filipino teachers. It was going to be H-1B too. And anyway, so they're bringing him in, and they had a budget of like 100,000 or whatever it was. And then he passed away. And in the interim superintendent, and then that later on the new superintendent did not really want to venture on that area yet, because of budget purposes. And so luckily for me, I was able to place all. I was Ruben, you might want to mute your mic, please. Anyway, I was able to place all 10 high school teachers the same year, luckily. But these 3 elementary teachers, because it's harder for elementary teachers to come here, already have all the paperwork ready. So they're going to be the quickest for you. They got their TOEFL passed already. In fact, I'm already encouraging them to get their praxis already. And so anyways, the TOEFL is one of the hardest things that teachers in Arkansas would pass. If you have a teacher that's very nervous during testing and they could not pass it, they eventually would move to Texas, because Texas does not require TOEFL. And you don't want to lose teachers because of the TOEFL. So I would require them to already get your TOEFL and go ahead and get you a license from either Maryland, Illinois, or New Mexico, because those are the 3 states that have the easiest reciprocity processes. So anyway, so you may have if you can do the math, if you have, for example, 800, so that's, if this 15%, you can have 12 people. Is that right? Did I do the math right? 12 folks there for the 800. And so that should hopefully meet your requirement. And so what I
Yes,
can
it
do
would here.
then, Yeah, and what I can do then, and I've done this with the West Memphis HR, you could invite me to come, and I could sit there during the interview. And if you need any clarification of what that means or how does it translate to the American system, then I could do that for you, because they would say things like, okay, this is what they meant, and all this, because this is the equivalent here in the US, I would say things like that. But otherwise I would just be quiet there, and I'll only be involved if you have a question for me, or if it's something that I need to clarify. And that's been helpful to some folks, and I don't charge for that, by the way. And because it's good, because the communication there, it will be clearer, especially on your first time of hiring Filipino teachers, through virtual way. But anyway, what do you think? What do you think will be next step? You understand the H-1B and the J-1 visa. So the H-1B, I could actually help you with that. Mike and I can help you with that, because we did that for 5. I think there were 5 out of the 15 Helena teachers that I placed. 5 of them, was it 5 or 4, Mike? That's
4 po.
4.
We are 4.
H-1B visa, and we got it approved immediately. So it wasn't hard. But so now we kind of have a little experience now on helping on H-1B. So Mike is really awesome on that too. So anyway, we can help you with that. And so the main thing is like getting the candidates' names to you, and then you picking out who do you want to interview. And if you go, I sent you the link to my YouTube. So if you can go back to number 70, possibly Zoom number 70, that's what I was reviewing. And that would be more current, or even 60. You can go back up to Zoom number 60. And then you can see who are the teachers that would introduce themselves, and you can write the names down. And so anyway, then I have a way to communicate with them, and you can contact them immediately. Some of them have links to their interview videos, 2-minute interview videos that they had made themselves. And I put a link there in one of the columns in the data sheet. Yeah.
I know it's hard to talk to a picture, but I was going to tell you that a long time ago, I do have some experience with H-1B and J-1 visas when it comes to placing doctors and healthcare professionals. But it's been some time ago.
Same thing though, Kevin. It did not change much.
And Helena is on the Mississippi River, and even though we're in the South and we have a lot of stereotypes, for those of you who don't know, the Mississippi River is actually a pretty multicultural place traditionally, because it's where people from all over the world, and this would include Europe, Asia, Africa, of course, have located over the years. And so I think it's more welcoming in some respects than maybe the stereotype would indicate in other places. But the question I have, so if we were able to, let's say, I'm just theoretically walk me through one case, if you don't mind. Let's say we, agree on, let's just take one teacher, even though it could be more. And we commit to the fee. And it could be the H-1B or J-1, but and we interview and we say, yes, this is the person we want. How do we go forward from there on the process of getting them through? And let me back up and say, we want to do whatever we can to do the hand-holding part, the integration into our culture, into the school culture, and all of those kinds of things. We are trying, this is for all teachers or new teachers, trying to do a better job of integrating them into our community, like finding housing and just making introductions and trying to help them find a quality of life that they would like to have while they're here. And we hope that would stay for a while, but at least in the beginning. And we want to help make those transitions. I didn't think we've done a very good job of that in recent years anyway. So we're trying to change that.
Yeah. I actually have helped Helena teachers, like Mike, for example. They started with 4 or 5 teachers in one big house. And luckily, one of those houses in Helena, It was actually for sale, and I was able to help them convince the real estate person to convince the owner, who happened to be a former teacher in Helena, which helped, to rent it to them. And until later on, they sold it. But of course, at that time, the teachers usually on the second year, they'll want to get their own anyway, not living with a bunch of people. And so I could help you with that. I have 2 or 3 contacts already that have properties in Helena, one of which is actually the principal, one of the administrators in Helena that owns, that would own a lot of rental properties there that he has been remodeling. And he, renting to teachers is a good thing because they're gonna pay. They're gonna pay
Right.
well, and they're gonna be there for years if they like it. And so, and I, in fact, one like Camille's partner, she's got a few houses, 19 or 20 houses that she's renting out. So we have little contacts like that we could actually, talk to. And what I usually do is I have them to I take lots of pictures inside, outside of the house, and then I would contact the owner or real estate person, and then they would Zoom together. And they'd be there, but they would Zoom together and ask questions. But I always tell them, you cannot commit really until you see it in person. Because there was a particular house that I thought that, oh, maybe they'd like it or whatever. But then later on, I said, well, don't commit until you really see it, all of you. And so they went down there and they said, oh, we want this other one better. And so, that's something that we could help them, on the side. Brinkley superintendent was really good about placing them too.
Bless you.
That's something, thank you. That's something that I have allergies really bad. I've been working in the garden, but excuse me.
Bless you.
So that's something that the school district, and that's usually to me, tells me how supportive the district is how much help they give to the teachers. And you could always, if you have any money, you could hire me and I could help you, but I only charge you when I'm there in person. Any other help I do virtually, phone, whatever, I don't charge for those. Only when I'm there in person, then I charge. But
Well, we
I
want to, I don't think we've done a very good job of that in recent years, and that's impacted our the whole experience for a new teacher and also our recruiting process in general. So I'm just letting you know we're prioritizing that
Yeah.
now. But as far as the legal stuff goes, once we can, pay the fee and we've identified a teacher, how does it go through the process at that point? How much time is involved, that sort of thing?
The J1 is faster. Like if you got J1 and then we find the sponsor. Once you find a sponsor and you got the JO, the job offer to this teacher that you have already interviewed and liked, then once you got the job offer, we get you connected with a sponsor, and then the sponsor takes over from there. They do everything for you, and then they will get them here within 2-3 months. Because that what takes longest is for them to leave their job in the Philippines and get all the clearances, because they have the local, the regional, and then the higher. There are 3 different tiers of of paperwork that they have to do in order to get out of the country. That's what's taking long. And then they have to do the interview in the embassy in Manila. So that's what's taking long. Sometimes there might be backed up in the embassy schedule. And a lot of times, like for example, my very first one I brought, Maria in Brinkley, she was given like an interview like in February. And I said, no, that's too long. That's already nearly the end of the year. And so I had the superintendent write a letter, and I could pass that to you as an example. To write a letter about the urgency of it, that we really need this teacher. She's an English teacher, high school, and so on. She wrote that letter, and then it got received, and she got an interview in October. So she was here by, I think, that month or the next month. But anyway, so it was faster because of that letter. So they do listen to administrators, especially it's on your letterhead. So yeah, that happens, and then you could work with the sponsor. We have identified some sponsors that are really responsive. GEC is one of them, and what's the other one, Mike? What other sponsors are good, Mike? Green Heart,
Green Heart po, Green Heart.
GEC.
We have also the EPI.
Yeah, API is good.
Yes
Yeah,
po.
Cultural Vistas is good. If you're writing this down. Mike, can you put in chat there the sponsor, the designated sponsor link, please? So
Yes po,
that you can
I'm
see
Yeah,
the
that
just
would
list.
going
help.
to refresh it because I already posted it.
Oh, you already posted it. Okay.
Yes,
But
So
ma'am.
anyway,
how does the sponsor get chosen, or how does that, as far as
the vetting, if you look on that website, it actually tells you if you want to be like, if you're really serious about this and you want to become a sponsor, and that's good. There's a lot of requirements, but if you get vetted by the U.S. Department of State, then you become the sponsor itself, which is awesome. And then you be given so many slots a year. So every year you could be getting 100, 50 slots depending on your size, 20 slots that you could
I
always
see.
have. And so the slots that are, some Department of Education, for example, Florida, the big ones, they have their own, so they sponsor their own. So I tell candidates, do not contact them because they're very state specific. Department of Education will be state specific, but the other organizations could be open to any of the 50 states if they do not say their
Oh,
state.
wow. Yeah.
A lot of times, if they say their state, that means that just specific for that state. So
I'm looking
that's
at it
one thing
now.
to
Yeah,
remember.
this is very impressive. I'll tell you one thing that's changed since I used to do it is the internet. We didn't have such a great tool.
Yeah, right now it's everything out. It's so easy now with the internet.
Yeah.
Yeah. They can even like look on the interview schedule already and to see, okay, we need to go ahead and reserve. It doesn't cost to reserve. If you already have the JO going and so on, go ahead and reserve, because you have to plan ahead. And if you have to be careful also whenever you're dealing with this. And I'm sure you have, Kevin, you may have experienced this when you're dealing with the doctors recruitment. Um, if you have a third party agency contacting you, and sometimes they'll charge you $5,000 to $6,000 per candidate, and then on top of that, there will be the visa fee. So that's like a bridge, a third person. You might want to avoid that because especially you that you have experiences in recruiting. Oh, I mean, doing those anyway. So I don't see why you would spend that much money. But I don't want to hurt those people's the third person agencies things. But it's just a lot, it's just a lot. It becomes a $10,000 per person thing instead of like half of that.
Well,
So
I know if we keep in that in $35,000 range, that's doable because we're doing that now, and in other ways. And the real goal, like I said, is to change the school culture to one of higher expectations and the ability to deliver that. And it takes a strong teacher and strong in a classroom to
I
make that happen.
I
I
agree
can,
with
I
you.
can't do it. All I can do is try to get people in there who can do it.
That's our role as administrators. That's right. So, but yeah, I could really guarantee, but I could really vouch for them that the ones that if you get the names from me, I have met these folks many times, and you can have a video of them. I tell you the video number that you need to watch. You could see them talking and answering questions, and they have known the five core national board core propositions and classroom strategies, classroom management information from all these videos that we've had, because I have had speakers from teachers that had arrived here and they were sharing their experiences about the culture shock that they experienced because it's so shocking. I keep telling them it's really different and they don't know the difference until they get here. And then it's really shocking. It's really
Yeah.
surprising them. Yeah. But because you have to have a change of mindset. You cannot be expecting them to act like the Filipino kids. You have to change a mindset. This is a totally different ethnicity, different population that you're dealing with. So you have to understand the culture, you know.
And
So
the language and
the
trying to
language, yeah, for
adjust to
sure.
that.
And that's one thing that most schools are looking for is fluency. So they want to know that somebody is very fluent, that the parents cannot say, well, my child failed because they could not understand the teacher. It's not clear. So you want to make sure that the pronunciation of words are clear. And you have some that have issues with that. So that's one thing that I always notice, and I would say something to the folks that are talking to me. I would say, I love your fluency, because if you talk like a native where I could understand every word, then that's a good thing. That means our American students here would understand you. And also sometimes is the toughness, especially the schools that you're talking about, especially Blytheville. And you're gonna have to have one that's not weak. they're gonna eat your lunch, I would say. If you're gonna have to be tough, like, you can be friendly, but yet you need to still have that, that line there, that this, I'm the teacher and you're the students, but I'm kind to you, but we have this student-teacher relationship. And that is
Right.
sometimes hard for some folks. And so
Yeah, we
anyway,
have a big problem with the teachers wanting to be the friends of the
yes,
students.
exactly. Don't be don't be your students' friends. In fact, I always told them that do not accept them, especially those teaching in high school. Do not accept them as Facebook friends. I accepted them when they were in college. I accepted them then. But when they were my students in high school, I taught 11th grade English, 8th grade English. Nope. Sorry guys, I'm not gonna accept you until you're in college, and then I'll accept you. But yeah, you do not do that. You're not friends with your students. And some schools actually would specify that, do not be friends with your students on Facebook. And so,
No, right. When we're trying to move towards that, and as you know, Arkansas just eliminated cell phones in classrooms, which I think if we can do the same thing with Apple Watches and all the rest of that stuff that they have that I don't think they mentioned in the bill, that we might be successful.
yeah,
And on the language side, I think the problem is also on our side. We don't speak the language that well either. So
you're funny. Yeah, we will say, that's right, that's right. You have to remember, I am a K-12 literacy specialist. So, and I've been in America for 39 years. So I still catch myself pronouncing some words differently because, it's really ingrained in our head. This is how you pronounce it. And so a lot of times I would say to my students, I give SPY award if you can correct me if I say something, if I mispronounce something, but you have to do it kindly. You cannot be making fun way, because that's rude and disrespectful. But I would love to know if there's something that I mispronounced, if you tell me. And they do. And they say, "Oh, Miss McCullough, do you mean this?" And I'm like, "Yes, I mean that. Thank you. Here's your SPY award." Because
my wife is a teacher and sort of a grammar person, I should say, and she and I think that maybe we should have English as a second language for our own speakers,
yeah,
um, and that might help bridge the communication gap.
yeah, because some of the subject verb agreement are not there.
No.
And I'm like, "You mean this?" Yeah, because it's there because it's our colloquialism and some of the informal language compared to the formal language. And I always tell my students that you need to know when you can use your social norms and on the informal language versus the formal that's in the classroom, especially in our writing with the Atlas. I'm doing a lot of workshops right now in Atlas writing, and so those all over the state. So I am really saying to the students, do not be saying things that are like bro or things like that that are very informal, because it's gonna affect your grade or your rating in Atlas, your level. So anyway, so those are some things that I've been talking about, and I know what you're talking about, Kevin.
I went to school in DC, and my was the English as a second language tutor for my Israeli roommate, and all my northern friends thought it was a joke that I was his tutor, and they were convinced that he would flunk English as a second language because he had me as his tutor.
Yeah, because the northern folks are making fun of the southern folks about
They
our.
thought I should be the one taking the English as a second language.
Yeah, that's funny. My husband is from Arkansas, right? So he would say things like that. "Yeah, you speak better English than some of my folks I know." Like, yeah, it's you just have to understand. At first, really, teachers have told me that it's so hard to understand because they speak it too fast. They would say they're just eating their words. It's not very clear. And I said, "You'll get there." It's so funny. One of the teachers in Helena, one of the teachers said, "Dr. McCullough, it was so hard for me the first month I was here because, they would have an announcement on in the morning. And the only thing I would understand is thank you at the end. That's all I know. And then I would not like take my students to certain meeting or whatever some group thing going on because I did not hear it." And so then I said, "Well, you need to start asking your group leader to say what's going on that day. What are the things that your students may have to participate that's out of the norm? So you need to ask that until you understand the language," because that really happened to her. She said, "I just didn't understand it." because we're not used to hearing that. Some of our teachers here that are attending, in fact, have never, maybe some of them have not talked to Americans before. They've never, let alone met, having met them.
Right.
They're like, in the Philippines, you're like, Joe, hi, Joe. I have a friend who's married to a Joe. He said, how come everybody knows me here? They know my name because his name is Joe. But anyway, they call everybody Joe. Anyway, Robert, did you experience that because you're married to a Filipino? What kind of advice can you tell the teachers that are coming here new, the first year
Um,
experience?
well, I think that yeah, certainly the language is going to be tough. It's especially with a lot of the students and members of the school staff, they're going to speak accented English, and yeah, it's very different. And until you get the nomenclature and the sound of it, it will be an adjustment.
That's right.
Uh, but I think it's certainly something that they will learn in time.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I understand. Your K3 to K4 teachers, you're gonna have to make sure that they have the pronunciation thing, because that's, with all the sounds that they have to teach the students, they have to go to Rice, Arkansas, the Rice training for them to know the morphology and all the, the sounds and all that, because the language is a little different. We have sounds that are different, here. And so, remember in the Philippines, we don't have a V, it's a B. My mom used to say, let's go to the ban, instead of van. Yeah, so it's very different because of that. Our language is very similar to Spanish. The pronunciation is very much like Spanish. And they were there in the Philippines for 333 years. So they have influenced our language so much. So I got your fluency. You want somebody fluent. What else are you looking for? What other qualifications are you looking for? Because I want to see my list.
Now is it a standard for the teachers to have 10 years of classroom experience, or I thought I remembered hearing that somewhere? Or is that
2 years
true?
is the only thing that the immigration wants, but and 2 years plus master's degree. Usually the sponsors would want. Okay, and they have to be teaching the current year. That's another thing that they have to do. And then another thing you have to look for is the alignment between their experience and their degree. In the Philippines, even if they have a high school diploma, they could teach elementary and vice versa. And here we're very strict about that. So you have to look for that alignment. Are their experiences aligned with what their degrees are? So you need to look for that. And even if their master's degree is maybe in administration and they are in math, that's okay, because as long as they have their master's, or sometimes they may still be undergoing through their master's degree, but as long as they get it done within the end of that school year, and that they still would take them, okay? But not teaching the current year is a big no-no. They will not hire anybody that's not teaching the current year. So, but 10 years, I would say 5 years is okay though, but not necessarily 10 years. I would say 5 years, because I think 10 years, that's too much. In fact, the immigration, according to the immigration, American immigration, it says that 4 years of experience plus a bachelor's degree is actually equal to a master's degree in the US. That's how they look at it. But the sponsors do not look at it that way. They always specify master's degree. And so you're looking for their FCE, their foreign credential evaluation. So you need to look for that. After the resume application, you need to ask for their FCE. And their FCE then would transfer their credits to American credits.
Now, are most of the candidates, are they agnostic as to which type of visa they would like to come over on, or do they generally have a preference for what they would like to come on?
They would always prefer H-1B because they wanted a permanent visa, right? Everybody wants the H-1B, but it's gonna really depend on the school. What are you willing to do? Because everybody's gonna say yes to whatever, but to me, as a supporter, as an advocate, I would say H-1B. That means you need to look for a really good candidate, because they're there for keeps. You want to keep them, so that they don't have to be going that transition of another 5 years. That the thing with the disadvantage of H-1B though is going to take longer, because there's a limit. There's a limit of how many they are accepting, so many thousand, for the whole world that they accept. And so, but if they have their masters and above, there's a special case there where they have an extra so many thousand limit if they have their advanced degrees, they call them. And so that's why having a master's degree is always or above, doctoral, whatever, would be an advantage. In fact, the people with doctorate degree, they can pretty much self-apply. So yeah, so they can self-apply if they want, but of course it's going to cost them a lot of money. But
Now,
huh?
for timeline, I mean, we're obviously we'll be quickly approaching the start of the 25-26 school year. What do you think? Can we be on target to have teachers hired at the beginning of next year?
I cannot answer that unless you talk to a sponsor, because they have opened. You have to remember that October 1 is the opening of the new set. So they have been open since October 1. So it depends on the sponsor that the answer would depend on the sponsor. Some sponsors are still looking, and some sponsors would say, no, we have already filled all the slots. So I would recommend you getting that list that Mike had sent, and then go through and contact them. There's contact info, and just email them asking them, hey, we are a school that's thinking about doing this. If you email me, Kevin or Robert, I would like to have Glenn help us. He's a nonprofit. He's a guy that has a nonprofit organization that would help schools, get teachers international. And he is an American, but he is based in Colombia. But he had been in this business for 15 years. So he had hired thousands of teachers. It help hire thousands of teachers. And he could help us. And he could help also to look up and see if your school is even qualified to get some H1, H1B, and J1 teachers. That's the first thing he would look up is you. But the first thing I need to do is get you hooked up with him, and then he will keep me in the loop. He would CC me, but get you hooked up with him, and then he would help us because he is affiliated with like 3 or 4 different sponsors, and he would know exactly how many slots are open. So he is that connected. So I would recommend you getting hooked up with him. So if you just like email me, I will send you his information, and I'm planning to Zoom with him anyway for this coming school year. So I would include that. He's wanting a list of the schools that I'm working with. So I'm gonna be including your name, if you don't mind, on my list. So yeah.
Yes,
So
po.
I'm about to
Doc,
resend my list to everyone. I know it's already
yes, po.
past
Doc,
10, Mike.
I will just add additional information about Robert is asking about the timeline. Like what you mentioned a while ago, that those applicants who are in the Philippines will undergo a long process because they need to secure, or they need to finish all their paperworks there, regional division, central office, for them to get the CFO. That is one of the hassle for the
Requirement.
teachers in the CFO. But if you were going to hire teachers who are already outside of the Philippines, like who are teaching in Thailand,
Yeah,
yeah, in short,
Qatar, other
outside the
places,
Philippines,
and
it will be easier because
easier.
once they pass the interview in the embassy interview, even tomorrow or the next day,
They're here.
they can
Yeah.
fight already.
And Mike is well connected with those. He has a few of them, and everybody that Mike had recommended to me had been excellent teachers, and they're very fluent, and they've been in Qatar or other places, Saudi Arabia, those places. They have experience with international schools, so they're gonna be very adept to teaching diverse students. So yeah, I would recommend that too with Mike. Yes, and here we have a list of that, huh, Mike? You
Yes,
send
po.
me that link, yeah. If you
Mhm,
send
mhm.
me that list, Mike, later, I will forward it to them, Mike. Okay?
Yes, but I'm making a list now,
Okay.
based on our those who introduced themselves today, and also I'm still recalling all those applicants that introduced themselves, and also their specialization. I already made a survey in our group so that it will be easier for us to filter those
Mm-hmm.
teachers applicants by major
Yep.
and by specialization.
Yep. So Mike has been so active on that group chat. So yeah, he knows who are active there. And it's also a good help for them, whenever they're communicating a lot and especially verbally, with us. So yeah, you can see the frequent visitors, you can see the change and the fluency that happens, that
Yes, po.
improves.
And also, Doc, should remember the process for H1B. They will limit the applicants, I think, or the application for five only, and then the rest they will get an agency. You remember that, Doc?
Oh yeah. So you can
Yes.
process it locally for yourself for five, and after that, if it's a big number, then you have to get a third party agency to do it. Was that a requirement from immigration, Mike?
Yes, po, in the Philippines also.
Oh, in the Philippines, but not here. I think anybody can do it can do it separately here. Because I know
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
like I know in Mountain Home lately for doctors and nurses, they have hired 50 nurses from the Philippines, and they had put them in a brand new apartment complex. They're now in Mountain Home. 50 nurses. So
Mm-hmm.
so anyway, and I think the person that did that's in charge of that is a friend of ours. So that's why she told me all about it. And it's a very similar process that they go through. So
Yes, po. And also, Doc, yung the J1 visa sponsors, since we are encouraging the direct hiring, like the teachers are the one who
apply.
communicate with the
Mhm.
visa sponsor, like what other teachers did, like Ma'am Mirna. They
Mhm.
are the one who contacted their visa sponsor, and they just submitted all the documents, everything, and that's all.
That's all. Yeah. It's
Yeah.
actually cheaper because if they have to do all the work, like they have to provide the school, they charge the school or the candidates or both a placement fee. You don't need to have that, So if you have I'm encouraging my members to get a direct hire, apply to them directly. And that's why I send them this 50 states database with all the top 10, top 20 schools, and then it's already a link to them so they can apply directly. And also schoolspring.com. If you're not advertising there yet, you might want to think about advertising in schoolspring.com, because that's where the teachers are looking at, because they can filter it by school, by state and by subject and so on. So and make sure it's full time. But yeah, it
Yes,
has to
po.
be full
And
time. You cannot hire part
you
time.
mentioned that H1B is better, but of course the timeline we need the school district or the employer needs to file the LCA. It will take around
It takes
2 to 3 months, and then
Yeah.
after that they will file the petition. And
Yeah.
if they will not undergo or they will not what do you call this, apply for the premium process, with a premium process costs 2,500.
2005. Yeah.
Yes, and that will be for 15 days.
Yeah.
But for the regular processing, it will take, I think, 3 to 8 months
Yeah.
before they approve it.
That's right. Thank you for reminding us, Mike. That's the premium processing for H1B. J1 does not have a premium processing, but it is faster anyway. But that's what Helena did, was they paid extra 2,500 per teacher, but then the result within 2 weeks. So within two
Yes,
weeks
po.
you'll know.
And based, Doc, in my experience, and based on what I've heard, it's not required, or the school district are not required, or is not required to pay for the 2,500.
Yeah,
So if the applicants are willing to pay for it, they can pay for
they
it.
can pay.
It's
Yeah.
legal. It's
Yeah.
legal. It's not illegal.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because that is something above and beyond what the requirement is. It's just
Yes.
something extra. Yeah, that makes sense actually. And you don't have to pay for their families either. That's not, you're only responsible for the candidate. So they can bring their families on their own, but you don't have to pay for them. So
Mhm.
anyway, yeah, so that's what it is with so if you are wanting H1B, you really have to plan ahead. Like you start now for the next school year. Because for J1, you can look at 2 to 3 months they're here. But if H1B, it will take more than that, maybe 6 months or more. So we are at the mercy of theirs, unless you pay the 2,500, and you'll know exactly, you know. So J1 has been commonly used by schools and districts. So
Yeah. I
anyway.
see.
Dr. McCullough, let me add one more thing.
Mhm.
While I have everybody's attention, our pay scale here is on our website, kippdelta.org.
Okay.
but it's about to be updated. And our pay scale is really good, especially for this area. But I see some folks with Bay, with the Bay, San Francisco Bay in their background. Our son taught at KIPP Bayview for many, many years in San Francisco, which is, I guess, the highest maybe cost of living in the country.
Mm-hmm.
And compared to even there, our salaries are exceptionally competitive. So,
Okay.
and
So
yet our cost of living might be the lowest in the
way
country.
lowest, yeah. Kevin, what is your starting pay? I know Arkansas requires 50,000 start. So what is yours?
50 is the start.
Okay.
But we have a pay scale that rewards on experience. But if it's a brand new teacher, we do give them a little bit more because they're going to do a little bit more here than they would at we're a open enrollment public charter school, but we have other public, district schools, and we, they work a few more hours a week, and a little bit more is expected out of them. So we do pay a little bit more.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea because I work at Lisa Academy in Little Rock for
Oh
just
yeah,
a semester, and that was a big difference. Like we have to be there by 7 o'clock or 7:10, and then we don't get out till 5:30. So it's a really big
right.
difference from the 7:35 to 3:30 that most schools have. So it's at least two hours difference, you know. So you have 10 hours a week difference that you would pay, or 40 hours a month that you have to work extra. So and then we were required to sponsor at least 2 clubs. So I was science teacher, so I did science fair and a science Olympiad. I was the sponsor for them. So yeah, you have to meet with your members twice a week. So
Yeah.
yeah. So I don't know if you do that in your school. Do you require them to sponsor so many clubs?
We don't, but we're going to go back to that. That's one
Yeah.
of the things that have sort of fallen off.
Yeah. So that's something that was fun for me. I loved it because I got to see some students that were not my students, but they were really into whatever, your organization that you're sponsoring. So that's a good thing. And that what you know about I'm sure that I don't have to tell this to Robert, but Kevin, the you'll see that Filipino teachers, we always go above and beyond. I'm generalizing now, but I really think that's more of a cultural thing, that we always go above and beyond. And most of us, I cannot say 100%, but most of us have growth mindset. We want to learn. We're not there yet, but we are wanting to learn always. We want to grow as individuals, and being from another country, we want to learn more about the American culture. And that's one of the things that they gain from the Zoom, is that I always show them or tell them about the difference between the two cultures, because I was educated there for 19, I was 19 years old when I moved here, but I got all my education at Arkansas State University. In fact, I taught the specialist and master's degree at Arkansas State University until 2 years ago. I've been saying no to them lately, but because I have been busy with this. But yeah, it's a huge difference, but you will see some really great workers that they will not complain any any extra responsibilities, and they have really good attitude, get along with everybody, and very kind to students, and kind to teachers, to their colleagues, and all that. So that's what I'm sure Miss McDaniel, if you ask her, she has a lot of experience with them.
I will.
Yeah, she had gone above and beyond. She's one of the most supportive administrators. She would actually go to the teachers' houses and would support them that way when they first arrived. That's impressive to me, that not very many administrators would do that. She would do a home visit and, help them out in whatever transitions that they need. And
Right.
she and her assistant principal did that. So yeah. So you're lucky to have her.
Yes.
Doc, Doc, also Mr. Drew's mate, Mr.
Yeah.
Kevin's son,
That's
they are already, he is already a Filipino community friends.
Oh yeah? Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Welcome.
that's my son who used to teach at KIPP Baby.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Nice talking to you. Well,
I'm
I'm so
not
glad
surprised. I'm not surprised.
nice.
It's good
Well,
to know, Mike. Thanks.
yeah. So Mike has been amazing. He's been really my right hand every time I have a Zoom. So Mike, thank you so much. And he's, being H1B, he's gonna be here to stay. So, and his wife and two kids. And so anyway, they're excelling. And the nice thing about it is that when they bring their families, that you have an automatic, students there, and they are excelling in school. They're usually in the top. Most of our Filipino teachers' kids are on the top. So you are also gaining not just an excellent teacher, but also excellent students when they bring their students. So,
Well,
that's a good
and
thing too.
ultimately, my philosophy, and not just mine, but is that, and I was in the state senate when charter schools began and was part of that back a long time ago. And the idea is a public open enrollment charter school should be exceptional in some way.
I agree.
And we're not that right now. And we're trying to get it back to something exceptional. And a regular public school has to accept all kids regardless. And we do too. I mean, it's not like we don't accept all kids because we're a public school. But in terms of what we deliver academically and the experience that they get, it needs to be exceptional.
Yeah.
And so that's what we're trying to get back to.
That's still your reputation. I know you say that you are needing to get back to that, but you still have excellent reputation. That when you hear the word KIPP, it's a good thing. It's a great thing to be part of the KIPP school. So that's why I felt honored too that you decided to, like, you can come in and talk to the candidates. So now that we have, you got fluency and are there specific things that you talk about experiences, for example. Do you have a set number of experiences that need to be, or do you have, I know we cannot discriminate according to the ages, but do you have a preference on the number of years of experience that you were thinking about?
Oh, I wouldn't necessarily say that one way or another. I guess it all is one package. It kind of depends on the whole thing,
Good answer.
Somebody might have less experience, but something else that kind of balances that out. So I wouldn't necessarily
Okay.
go there.
Do you have a timeline in mind? Like, when do you want to interview? When do you want to hire? I would
As
love
soon
to
as
know that.
possible.
Okay,
As soon as
timeline is
possible.
ASAP, okay? And so which means that next step for us is sending you candidates, or you can make a list yourself. If you can, I don't know, we don't have much time as administrators, I remember that part, but if you ever have any spare time, you can go back and look at the videos, or I could actually, I've been checking anyway, going back and seeing, okay, which candidates that I remembered I put stars on. When they're talking, I put stars on my notes of the ones that I really like because of the things that they answered, how they answered it. That they're kind. You can tell by the example that they're kind. Sometimes the answers are negative, and I can tell that it's a fixed mindset, like not wanting to grow, and I don't want that. So anyway, I have a file folder of not yet. They're not on my list yet because they need to grow more. So, but yeah, my next step then is to send you a list. Okay.
Sorry.
So you told me all the four core areas in high school. And do you need elementary as well?
Hold on, let me get back to that.
Okay.
Yes, but not as
Not as
many.
many.
Hold on. Now I told you I have two left feet on these things. Just a
It's
second.
okay. How many candidates would you want per area? Because some of them would limit it, like you give me 3, 4 per area or whatever, 5 per area, because that's a lot. You have to remember about the time, that it will take you. And so, but I want to give you more than just one, because you want to know, you want to be able to pick, you know.
We have special education self-contained in elementary and art K through 6 at elementary.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Okay.
Pretty much the rest are
High school.
high school.
Okay. So how many per area in high school? How many math? How many
Um,
science?
so let me. So if you're not looking at, let's see, um, one math, science, Delta High School.
So they will teach both?
Um, that's a good question. Well, yes, but I think it's more of a. I think we could use both. Let
Okay.
me back up and
So
say
math
that.
and science. Okay.
Um, that's 7 to 12. So that includes
7.
middle school. I think we're thinking middle school there.
Okay.
And then we have hold on.
Literacy?
We've got a pretty good group of literacy folks.
Okay. Social studies?
We got a pretty good group on social studies. Then
Other areas?
Bible High, these are 7 through 12, two math, um, one science. We do have one English, 7 through 12, and one academic reading, K through 12, and another special ed, K through 12, that doesn't necessarily have to be self-contained, but and then one 7 through 12 computer technology, which is a new, and we need a 7 through 12 computer technology in Helena High School. So two of those, and that training is going on this summer at our co-ops, and that
Okay.
is a new state mandate that we teach that next year. So
Yeah,
that's
and that's one option that you can do too, Kevin and Robert, is that if they are still processing their papers, and Lee County had done this, they can still teach online. And that's what they did. They have their teachers were not able to make it on time, so they just did online classes with them, with their students. And so they, well, I think one of them did 3 weeks of it, and then she arrived. But then she already taught her students. So that's an option because of technology that we can do, is that it might take a little while, but still they can still teach online and still cover your curriculum. So but of course face to face always better, but if you have to, that's an option. So just want to tell you that because they're so used to that now with COVID and very in the world, they have to do it. They have to do online, so everybody's proficient on the online teaching. That's an advantage.
right.
Yeah.
And let me also say, I think I don't want to miss. Our starting is listed on our pay scale as 50,000. That's a state requirement, and then it's informed. It goes up by years of experience, but also when you mention clubs, we have stipends that we pay.
Okay.
And
how much are the stipends?
Generally speaking, they're somewhere between, 0 and 5,000. It's possible if you meet certain conditions to go up as far as 10.
Oh, wow. Okay.
It's usually 2 5s is what that usually amounts to.
Okay. That's pretty high because most schools
Yeah.
only have 800, 1,000. So you're paying more.
Well, and we have some different groups that we participate with who pay some of those stipends directly to the teacher. They
Okay.
don't go
Like
to us.
tutoring
Then-
and things, yeah.
Right. And so when we talk about things like clubs and adding clubs, those are the kinds of things that, might incentivize that. But we don't make a lot of commitments to that
Right.
for September because of the summer funding
Right.
issues. But
You would know that till
we
July
do,
1. Yeah.
right. Yeah. We do a lot of that though at KIPP. So
Yeah. Okay. Well, that sounds very, very well. And it sounds like I know what to do and what to send you. And do you want me to be in the interview, or do you want to just do it on your own? It doesn't matter to me, really. If you want me to be involved, I pay for the Zoom, so I have an unlimited Zoom. And so that's the advantage. If you don't pay for the Zoom, then you're cut off in 45 minutes. And so
right.
that's why I went ahead and paid, because I have this twice a month. But it's up to you.
Right.
Yeah.
Maybe, I don't know. Let me get with Robert and also our director of academics who does a lot of our or is part of that hiring process.
Yeah.
And but probably,
Okay, that's fine. I don't care. Just let me know. My commitments on I'm a consultant also. Now, on top of my organization, I'm also a consultant for Bailey's Education Group. So that's why I go all over the state. And we have 7 or 8 states now where we're doing. I'm only going to work in Arkansas. So I had like 6 or 7 schools I'm working with them, plus my 4 or 5 that I work with mine. So I have a dozen schools that I'm already working with anyway. So I stayed busy until April. And so now May is open, June is open. I'm now getting things about PDs for the summer. So I'm doing some summer workshops as well. But yeah, so I do that because Bailey's, we're growing at Bailey's. So
That's
you
great.
might have heard of Bailey's, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm part of it. Yeah.
Well,
So
we are on a fast track because our school, I came on board mid-year and there were a lot of issues that are being that we're behind on, make a long story short. And so we're having to do an awful lot of things. Um, uh, it's really strange, by the way. If I take my video off, that picture shows up. But if I put it on,
it's okay.
that's fine.
Well, sound like you have baptism by fire, Kevin. Good thing that you have all the
um,
experiences.
yeah, I don't claim to be the academic person at the school. Just administrative person is really why they brought me on. But so anyway, we're trying to get caught up, is what I'm trying to say. So we're behind on a lot of things, and we're having to do it all at the same time. So
Yeah,
we're still behind, just not as behind as they
right.
were.
It's a work in progress always. But thank you for considering Filipino teachers because of course, I'm biased and also other teachers. We have other teachers from Ghana and other places as well. If you want to, if you really want to diversify your ethnic, population, I think, we are now beginning to get some other ethnic, populations represented. So
Okay,
let me know. And my automatic thing is always a Filipino community because that's what I started with, but I want to
sure.
be inclusive about it. So
Okay.
since your deadline is ASAP, I mean you want to do that as soon as possible. As soon as today, I will send you the list. Mike and I will work on it. Mike, what Mike suggested about starting to look at people that are already out of the country, like we have people from Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Thailand, Indonesia, all these places surrounding the Philippines that they're teaching already. Those are folks that are very fluent already, and the paperwork is easier. So,
Okay.
so those are people that we definitely would like to involve. But of course, we're also going to involve a lot of the Filipino teachers that are still in the Philippines.
Yes.
Because if we have get a good sponsor on J1, you're not going to have any problems. You'll be fine if slots are open.
Okay, great.
So, yeah.
That's exciting, and I'm looking forward to it. I've enjoyed this meeting very much. Thanks for inviting us.
Okay, yeah, no problem at all. My husband keeps saying, okay, time, time. I told him I'll Zoom till 10. And he knows that we don't
Yes,
have
it's
to leave
already.
till 11:30, but it's okay. I told Mike will be a timekeeper. It's so interesting to be talking to folks, and I hate to cut off folks, when they have so many interesting things to say because I learned so much, and not just I would never say that I'm an expert. One thing that I learned from my doctorate degree is that I'm not as smart as I thought I was. It's humbling. So that's why I want to learn from everyone. And thanks to everyone that had attended and stayed up. It's already about 11:30 in the Philippines at night. So
Wow.
Yes.
you be one like me that I would always turn off my camera and my sound even if I'm not participating because I could be snoring. So anyway, yeah. Any
Thank you.
closing thing? Go ahead.
No, just thank you is all I was
Yeah,
going to
well,
say.
thank you so much. And so, any closing thing that's anybody want to say or ask? If you have any question to Kevin or Robert, this will be a good time. I know some of you really attended
Yes.
because you want to talk to them. This is your opportunity if you have questions for them, and this is a way for them to remember who you are as well. So,
Yes.
Mike,
Anyone?
yeah,
Yeah. Anyone
anyone,
who
raise
want
your
to ask
hand or
question? Okay.
anyone
Mona
question.
Lisa Kayatok raise her
Yeah,
hand.
go ahead and
Any
ask her.
question, ma'am?
Yeah,
Yeah.
this will be a good time to do that.
Yes.
Hi, Dr. Merlina. Sorry I
So,
wasn't able to attend the last time. I had a competition in Saudi Arabia. That's why I wasn't around the last time.
okay, well, she is Mike. Puts her name down. She's from Saudi Arabia, Mike.
No, no, no.
I
I'm
think
from Qatar.
from
I just
Qatar.
went
Oh,
to
Qatar. I'm
competition.
sorry. Yeah, you got it. Okay, go
Yeah,
ahead.
for Mr. Smith and Mr. Cheek, since I believe not many Filipinos are in your school or in your district right now, how do you plan to actually create a community for us? Because it seems like it's going to be a mass hiring. Like, how would you want us to work with you? Is there any specific certification you would like us to take? Yeah, so as a
Requirements.
community,
Yeah.
we'd like to work on it.
Special requirements. Okay, that's a good question there. Thank you. Yeah, good question.
Well, the only requirements would be to be seeking whatever our state is requiring you to have to teach that particular subject.
Yep.
And
TOEFL and Praxis.
yeah, if reciprocity is all you need, then that be the process, and that doesn't take very long, but that process be undergone, and you have some deadline to complete it. The same for the other things, the certifications and so forth. Charter schools have broad waivers authority, but like I said earlier, we're ultimately being driven towards back
Certified
the other
teacher.
way now. Yeah,
Yeah.
and they're making it possible. They're making it free. Special education certifications and all the other things. They're making it free. We just have to avail ourselves
Yeah.
of those things.
Mhm.
And one of the reasons they're doing that is they know in a few years they are going to kind of come down on everybody and say you got to do these things, and you have no excuse, right?
Right,
So as
right.
far as that goes, that's the answer. But as far as a community, which is a better question in some ways, because I think that's going to indicate whether you're successful or whether the teachers are successful when they get here, is to, and I think Robert can talk a lot about this, is to try and make sure there are social connections made both with the community of teachers, the community that you might have in common with as far as your country of origin, but also others who are here and are very excited that they're here, and sort of making those connections as well, and not relying, not waiting on them to happen, but trying to create opportunities for them to happen.
That's right.
That's what I would say, being proactive to make those things, those connections happen instead of allowing, requiring individuals to be type A individuals and I'll go out there and some, be Miss Personality or something. Try to create those things, so that they can
I'd
take.
be very much willing to start that organization once you will hire me.
Mona Lisa, that's Helena actually area has the most Filipino teachers in Arkansas, as far as I know, other than Little Rock possibly. But anyway, they have already an established community there. That's where Mike is. And the area where Mike is, and so anyway, they have maybe 50 around in that area, and their family. So you're talking about 100, at least 100 people, already. So in that small area. So you don't have to worry about the community thing. And you're close to Memphis, and so you're close to the Filipino groceries as well. That's important. Yeah. So Mona Lisa, thank you so much. And what was your area again that you teach?
I am currently teaching English language arts, English, and some counseling related subjects because I am. This is my next question actually to Mr. Smith, because I have heard of teachers going through J1 or availing J1 visa, H1B visa, and I'll be very much open to trying to become a counselor because my master's. I am also a licensed counselor, school counselor in the Philippines. Yes.
So I'm curious about the reciprocity with that, because I know counseling here in the US, the degree is about 45 hours. So it's a really, you're talking 15 different subjects that they have to teach and they have to learn in order for them to become counselors. So at least before, that's what I know of. I don't know now if it changed. But anyway, so I do not know how they accept that, from another country. So I don't know. I guess it depends on how your FCE or your foreign credential evaluation would say. Well, do you know what it says in your FCE, Analisa? What does it say? Does it acknowledge it?
For the Southeast Asian nations, it is automatic. But for the US, I think I will need to study again. I will need to take a certification because some of my colleagues who have been in the United States already from teaching, they transferred to counseling. They just went ahead and studied again for some time. Depends on what is asked of the state. And I'd be willing to do that if I'd be.
And I think that's KIPP would be a perfect situation for you because KIPP would have more waivers than the regular public school. Do you agree, Kevin and Robert?
Yes, I would.
Yeah, that would be a good situation for you, Mona Lisa. And looks like you have a good personality that would work well possibly with it. So Mike's got you on the list anyway, so we'll put you down for sure. Anyway, they can ask more questions.
Thank you.
I just want to have a joke. Actually, sir, Mr. Smith, the subject that you are hiring, it's all on my qualification. I'm a special education, self-contained classroom, technology
Computer.
teacher also, a volleyball coach also.
You're not gonna want them to steal you. Mike, are they?
They
Are
would
you?
still.
It's, our son Drew is on the school board of the other schools, so he's going to be mad at me,
Oh,
Mike.
he's gonna be mad. And I'm very good
But that's
friends with
okay. That's
I'm very
okay.
good friends with Brinkley Superintendent Brenda. She and I are good buddies. So I would be so mad at you, Mike.
Yeah.
So anyway, yeah, I would like, that's the thing though. I always encourage our teachers to like stay with the school that hired you because they spent that money on you. You need to be more grateful. You cannot be ungrateful and just, have them use them and then leave them. I mean, some schools are even getting strict about having them, to sign something that you have to stay with us for so many years. So I don't know how legal that is, but I know some schools are doing that because they spend so much money and you don't want to be just somebody sponsoring somebody and they're leaving you after a year. And of course, sometimes it's the other side also that they're not treating the teachers right, so they have want to leave. But if you treat Filipino teachers right, they're not going to want to leave. So they're going to stay and
Right.
with the support. Yeah.
Mike, don't worry about Drew. We'll take care of Drew.
Mike
I
is
just don't.
Mike is all around special ed, and he's also the volleyball coach. So
Okay.
he's very useful.
Yeah, and technology teacher also.
Yeah, he does a lot. So and you always kind of lead the events there too, huh, Mike? They're always partying. I call them
Mhm.
partying, but they're bonding and getting together on
Yeah,
weekends.
sometimes we're inviting them. Robert
Yeah,
also
you should
joining
join
us.
those. They have the best food.
And then what the plan for next year, we're going to join the food fest during the blues festival. We're going to open
Oh,
the
good.
Filipino booth.
Oh, you need to do that at different communities. We already do that in the North Little Rock group is already doing that in Cabot Fest. They have a Cabot Fest every year, and they have this Filipino thing. People are lining up for their barbecue, their barbecue chicken and pork thing, Mike. And then
Mm.
they would have noodles with it and egg rolls, and that's kind of package that they do. And so you can do something like that. That's easy like that. So anyway, yeah, that's
Yes,
exciting.
yeah. Actually, who is this? Nolan. They used to eat also Filipino food, right,
Yeah,
Robert?
yeah.
Yeah.
Nolan,
Well,
who is
And
Holly?
Robert and Kevin, if you're gonna be immersed in Filipino culture, I always have a 4th of July party. My husband and I married on 7/7, July 7th. So that weekend closest to that, I would send invitation, and we have as many as 100 people here because I don't have a big house, but I have a big yard, 6-acre yard. So I would just set up party tables there and we have the big pig, the big roast big thing.
oh
And
wow.
Mike a few times had brought it over to Salem because it's 4-hour drive, and I ordered it from Memphis. So Mike
Fun.
would put it in his trunk of his vehicle. I said, Mike, I will pay for your gas if you bring it to me. But anyhow, but his wife is one of the best cooks ever. His wife, Mabo, can really cook really well. So I would order things from her and she would bring it. And Mike and the family would come earlier and decorate the whole place for me. So very, very good and very talented family. So yeah,
Are you saying that you do the whole hog thing?
the
Do
the little what?
the whole hog?
No, I ordered it from Memphis and he picks it up. So I pay for it already. And all that Mike had to do is go out there and pick it up on the way here so that he could bring it to me. So I don't have to go as do a special trip. So we have sources of pig. It's either Memphis or there's one in Paragould. There are two places that we ordered that, there are Filipinos that are cooking it the Filipino way. So I'm from Cebu. And so I like the one that's flavored Cebu, like the one that I remembered when I was a child. So it's around 400, 350 to $400 is what it is. And so if they deliver it, they charge another $50. So if Mike, I usually just give him that in order to pay for his gas. So
Well,
yeah.
the Delta is crazy about their pork.
I'm
So
telling you, it's good. Yeah, it's good. So my husband
yeah.
doesn't like it though. He said, I
Oh.
don't know why people make a big deal of it. It's not good. And I'm like, because he thinks that it's not flavored enough for his taste. And so I said, you can always flavor it the way you want it, but this is how Filipinos flavor it.
Mm.
And so anyway, but he's used to it that he would always joke like, oh yeah, Filipinos, they just find excuse to have a party. You have somebody's birthday. My 1-year-old girl, Stephanie, 36 years ago, I had a big party and I rented the whole senior citizen center, it's a huge place. And I had a bull pig and this poor girl, she's a little baby and she just did not even know what's going on. I had about 80 people there. And we always have a
Wow.
full meal. We do not just do cake and ice cream. We actually have a full meal, like a big buffet. Like if you are invited to those, you bring a dish to share. And then it's a big buffet. So you'll have all tablesfuls of food. You know, I have a little hallway here that just, tablesfuls of food that we do. And so anyway, so yeah, the culture is rich in tradition. And so it's something that you know, as administrators, I would encourage you to be involved in because it's a good learning, you know, it's a good learning for you about other cultures. So get
And you
ready
know,
for a wonderful experience. And see Robert
Robert
is already
and
Robert is already immersed in it because he's married.
Mike too. I mean, I think I would want us to be intentional about making those opportunities available to
Yes.
any new teachers,
Yes.
but also other teachers and
Yes.
students for that
Yes.
matter. I mean,
It's a good learning, yeah.
yeah.
They always have an international festival, you know, having students research different countries, and one of them would be the Philippines. And then they would have the food there and the culture and, you know, the different parts of culture there. And one of them is food. So yeah, that's a good idea. So anyway, I'll have to say, I always close, you know, Filipinos, we always like say goodbye and we be by the door. And 15, 20 minutes later, we're still talking. And my husband said, why are you blocking the door? That's part of our culture.
Yeah.
But this is what it is. This is the equivalent of it in Zoom. But anyway, thank you, everyone. Thank you so much, Kevin and Robert, and of course, Mike for co-hosting. And this will be recorded, and I will send everybody the link to it. And of course, as you know, I always post it on the Facebook and YouTube pages. So it should be on today. Usually it takes a few minutes to convert. But and then for Kevin and Robert, I will send you the list, okay? Because Mike will have to send me his list first, and then I'll add to it. Okay. So thank you everyone and happy Easter, and he has risen. So have a great day, and do remember, teachers and educators, that we are making a difference in the lives of kids. And so this is Merlina signing off. Okay.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Okay,
Good
you can
evening.
end this for me, Mike. Thanks.